does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events.
Good morning. We'll call this meeting to order. This is the May 14th regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors of Nevada County. Welcome. I'm going to ask Jim that he leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and you can join me. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for that. And Madam Clerk, are there any corrections or deletions to the agenda?
Chair Bullock, we now have an opportunity to honor Matthew Bryan.
Okay, great. Thanks. We understand Matthew passed last week. We'd just like to extend our sincere condolences to the family and our staff members and our team members here. Matthew is a staff member and a team member here for almost 20 years, and his warm smile kind of greeted us in the hallway, and I didn't know him well, but I talked to him several times, and I'd just like to say that we're all thinking about him in memory, and also his family, and we've reached out to them on behalf of the Board of Supervisors and also our entire team here at Nevada County to let them know that we're thinking about them now and then in the future when other needs may arise for him. So we just want to honor his memory today. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our CEO, Allison Lehman.
No, thank you, Chair Bullock. And I could, as you could see, our team really came out just to show our appreciation for Matthew and the work that he did for the county. I do have a few words I do want to share. For over 2 decades, Matthew worked in information and general services. At 40 years old, he left us way too soon. Matthew was a true local, born at Sierra Nevada Memorial Hospital and nurtured through the halls of our local schools, graduating from Silver Springs High School. Matthew embarked on his professional path, joining the county to take care of our government center facilities. Matthew approached the responsibilities with pride and dedication and would always greet you with a smile. Matthew and his colleague Dwayne worked the afternoon and night shift. They would check in on those who were working late, and they were there helpful supporting community events when they ran into the evening. On behalf of the county, I want to extend our heartfelt condolences to his parents, Cynthia and Michael. They have so many reasons to be proud of their son and the meaningful contributions he's made. May Matthew's dedication, work ethic, and genuine kindness will continue to inspire us all and never be forgotten. So with that, I'd like to invite Mr. Drinkwater, Matthew Supervisor, to share a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. I'm going to echo some of your really kind words there. It's with humble heart, I'd like to take a moment to speak for the Facilities Department, the Greater Information and General Services Agency, and for the rest of the county staff, especially those that worked here in the Eric Rood Center. We're deeply saddened by the unexpected loss of our colleague and friend. Matthew was known by most everyone that worked in the Rood. As mentioned, he worked as the custodian here for the last nearly 2 decades. Our thoughts and prayers go out to Matthew's family for their loss. We want them to know how much we all cared and appreciated how much Matthew gave to his work. Matthew was dedicated and a reliable fixture in the Eric Rood building, making his afternoon rounds, cleaning the restrooms, and giving most of us an opportunity to engage him in conversation. His smile would light up the room, and he brought a warm and inviting charm to our daily work routines. I know we'll all miss Matthew's happy and upbeat attitude. Matthew brought this attitude, rain or shine, to his work. And in memory, we'd like to plant a new crepe myrtle tree near the west entrance, was close to where Matthew and Dwayne's office is and where he came and went from the building every day. So we're going to plant that tree there in honor of Matthew and all his many years of service. And again, our thoughts and prayers are with his family at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and the Board, for giving us the opportunity to say a few words.
Thanks. So let's take a moment of silence to remember Matthew now and anyone else that we want to pay tribute to at this time. Thank you again for everybody speaking on his behalf. And if there's something you need from, obviously, see your supervisor or Allison in this time of need, as things change, it may come to you in waves or come to you later. So we're here for you as a member of our team here at the county. I'm going to move on to the consent calendar. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on items listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the Board of Supervisors. The supervisors will take these concerns under consideration and decide if there is adequate reason to remove the item from consent. This is items 1 through 22 on our agenda today. With that, I'm going to open up public comment for items contained within the consent calendar. If you have a comment, please step up to the podium. Give us your comments on the consent calendar. Any members of the public wish to pull items 1 through 22 of the consent calendar? Okay. Seeing none here in the chamber, I'll ask Madam Clerk, are there any callers on the line?
No callers, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any board members wish to pull anything from the consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Okay, moving on, we're moving on to a general public comment now. Members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on today's agenda that are of interest to the public and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district of residence. Please direct your comment to the Board, not the audience or staff. No individual may speak more than once during public comment. Please note that each speaker will be given 3 minutes, at which point the microphone will be automatically turned off. Therefore, please keep your comments clear and concise. In the interest of civil discourse, it is the responsibility of the chair to ensure public comments are conducted in such a manner that avoids disruptive activity, promotes mutual respect, keeps comments focused on issues, and avoids personal attacks. Time limits may be modified at the chair of the board's discretion. You can also provide comments by speaking directly to the board from inside the chamber or by calling 530-270-3474 to comment live over the phone. If you want to make public comments by phone, please call in at the beginning of the item so that you don't miss your opportunity. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment and ask that anybody has a public comment here in the board chamber step up. Mr. Taylor.
Good morning, Mike Taylor, District 1. Thank you, Chair Hardy Bullock. There was an article in the paper this past week, I think by Aaron Reagan, on referencing the Fire Safe Council. I have on multiple times suggested or requested or tried to create the possibility for having some sort of a system for a public hearing, whether it be administrative hearing process or some kind of a hearing process to address issues as they come up for individuals that have issues with county or county staff or county policies. And it's reading that article, it's my feeling that the Fire Safe Council and the board's direction from the grand jury, that the board and county staff failed Fire Safe Council in the sense that they didn't follow through doing what was asked by the grand jury, and that is a forensic study of the grants associated with the Fire Safe Council. I think that if the county followed through with what was being asked or requested by the grand jury, that we wouldn't be in the situation we're in now. And what's frustrating to me is that the county staff and the board members spoke very highly of the Fire Safe Council, and that they minimized the issues and they continued issuing contracts to them. I think that the process needed to be taken more seriously, especially when a grand jury is involved, in understanding the importance of following through what the grand jury was requesting, and that is a forensic evaluation of the Fire Safe Council. I think the process of how they were terminated represents some of the failures in the checks and balances from the Board of Supervisors to county staff and just the checks and balances. I really wanted to speak about PG&E as well as insurance, and I'm already running out of time. I would like to see us work on having workshops, that we can have a workshop and we can talk about Fire Safe Council. We can have a workshop and talk about PG&E. We can have a workshop and talk about insurance, fire insurance. There's a lot to be discussed. There's a lot of public input that could help you guys making decisions, help you guys understand the things that are wrong and how they could be better, how we can be better served as a community by the board in reference to fire insurance, as well as right now our rates are going up with PG&E. Like I said, I could speak probably 3 minutes on those other two items as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Madam Clerk, are there any callers on the line?
Yes, Chair, we have one caller.
Okay, let's bring him in.
Thank you.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lauren Wolfer, and I am speaking today in favor of item 36 in my role as Outreach and Advocacy Director for Cook Alliance, a nonprofit committed to legitimizing the sale of home-cooked food. Our organization has actively supported permitted home-based culinary businesses across the state with education and resources, and we've seen the success firsthand. We have worked with counties and environmental health departments throughout the state on implementation of micro-enterprise home kitchen operations, or MICO for short, programs, and have collected data and tracked progress. We are thrilled to see Nevada County receive this grant funding and urge the board to move forward swiftly with the implementation of a MICO program. A MICO program will enhance food safety and make more education and resources available to the home cooks that are already operating informally in the shadows. This would also provide the community with access to one of the most affordable pathways to culinary entrepreneurship, fostering the creation of new small businesses and creating more dining opportunities within the county. The County of San Diego began their MICO program with a successful 2-year pilot and voted last fall to make that program permanent. During this initial 2-year period, there were no major risk factor violations observed, no reports of foodborne illness, and no reports of community impact complaints. And this is the pattern we've seen play out in every jurisdiction in California that has permitted MICOs. Our organization hopes to work with your health department and local nonprofits to provide education, outreach, resources, and support with the goal of helping to build new local businesses and cultivating the community. We are also in the process of dispersing $1.5 million in state-funded equity grants through our education program, Cook Academy. Cook Academy is an 8-week online course that teaches essential business skills and provides a $3,000 grant upon completion to empower home cooks in establishing their own MICO business. Residents of Nevada County will be eligible for these grants if the county establishes a MICO program. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We look forward to working with you all to promote a culinary industry that is inclusive and supportive of economic growth for all.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your comments. This is item 36, which is actually a timed item later today, so we'll talk about this more later. Any other public comments here in the board chamber? Mr. Wolf.
Good morning, Supervisors. Al Wolf from District 1. I don't know if you've been following the headlines, but of course recently Brightlink is going to start, they have started construction between Rancho Cucamonga and Las Vegas for a high-speed rail link. And now it's also talking about extending that to Phoenix. Well, the province of Alberta in Canada now, to preserve and enhance their Lake Banff recreation area, they're going to put a high-speed rail link because Banff, unfortunately, like Tahoe, is being turned into a parking lot because of overemphasis on the automobile. This is what I've been advocating for 10 years, is for electric rail link to Tahoe through here to Sacramento. Also, another benefit for this electric rail link, above the rail electrification corridor, we have a transmission corridor for bringing SMUD power up here, which is a lot cheaper than PG&E. As you know, PG&E has just had another rate increase. Well, I tell you, we need competition. We need to have an alternate for our electricity, besides building our own biomass plant and generating some ourselves. This rail electrification corridor would bring a lot more benefits to the county. I don't know if you've ever heard of the name Samuel Insull. Samuel Insull was one of the founders of Commonwealth Edison in the Chicago area, and he did just that. He brought all the gas, electricity, and electric rail together under his tutorship, and he has sponsored and built the transmission corridor above, like the South Shore that goes from Chicago to Detroit. Above that rail electrification is a transmission facility, and they can switch power back and forth between different areas. Thank you.
Al, thanks. And you may want to talk to Jeffrey, who's in charge of our rail project, Supervisor Gufson and myself in Placer County. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Any other public comment for us today here in the board chambers or online or the telephone? No? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment, and we're going to move on to item number 23. This is Supervisor Hall. This is a certificate of recognition for Nevada County's Poetry Out Loud champion, Dino Parks, Sierra Academy of Expeditionary Learning, who's a high school student. And with that, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Hall.
Thank you so much. Eliza, and why don't you come on down and help me with the pronunciation. Is it Dino? Dino. Doesn't matter. Okay, great. Have a seat there. And I think what I'd like to do is read the proclamation so we all know what we're celebrating, and then turn it over to you, Eliza, for any further comments. So this is a certificate of recognition for Dino Parks. The County of Nevada Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing Dino Parks, a junior at the Sierra Academy of Expeditionary Learning, for winning the 2024 Nevada County Poetry Out Loud competition and subsequently securing 4th place at the statewide 2024 California Poetry Out Loud State Finals. In February 2024, Dino won the Nevada County Poetry Out Loud competition for his recitation of 2 poems. As the winner of the 2024 competition, he represented Nevada County in the State Poetry Out Loud competition in March. Dino competed against students from 50 other counties at the state capitol and secured 4th place statewide. Poetry Out Loud is a national arts education program that encourages the study of great poetry by offering free educational materials and a dynamic recitation competition for high school students across the country. The program helps students master public speaking skills, build self-confidence, and learn about literary history and contemporary life. The County of Nevada Board of Supervisors commends Dino Parks for his excellence in poetry recitation, as well as enthusiasm and contribution to the arts. We wish you success on your journey ahead. Well, I'm so pleased that we have such an active group of folks participating in the Poetry Out Loud competition, and that you did such a great job that you represented Nevada County and made us all look good. So Eliza, do you want to make a few comments?
Thank you very much, Supervisor Hall. And in many ways, the fact that Dino is sitting with me, and I just want to call out his amazing mum. It's very important to recognize parents, because I tell you, it is no mean feat learning to recite a poem, and much of it happens against a student's will while at home after school. So congratulations to Mum, too. I am sitting next to a very special young man. Dino entered the Sierra Academy of Expeditionary Learning SAIL really at the tail end of COVID, and it's an incredible feat. SAIL has an amazing commitment to Poetry Out Loud. There are many, many educational benefits to it, and his incredible teacher, Miss Beck, Marika Beck, is extraordinary. She brings it right into the classroom and starts off in the fall My own daughter, who is sitting in the audience today, was runner-up a few years ago, which is sweet, and she's here to support Dino this morning. So yes, we start Poetry Out Loud in the fall across schools in Western Nevada County, and we culminate with a county championship right here in the Board of Supervisors chambers. And in many ways, like our Poet Laureate program, we consider the partnership of the county as a very important part of this. What's very symbolic at the same time is that we offer our Poetry Out Loud champions, such as Dino, the opportunity to then perform on stage with us. This year we were at the Center for the Arts in Grass Valley for our 8th annual Sierra Poetry Festival. So unlike in other counties, when our local kids have finished with Poetry Out Loud and can go home and rest, we drag them upstage and showcase them in the spotlight next to internationally renowned poets. So I'm particularly proud of Dino. It was exceptional to meet his parents in Sacramento at the state capitol, and to know he just was such a champ. And what competition there was this year. It was the first time in person with legislators in the room from across the state and 58 counties represented. So to come forth is an exceptional achievement. Well done, Dino.
Dino, would you like to say a few words?
Yes. It was so fun. It was so fun. I made friends that I still talk to out of the other competitors, and definitely, all of them were just so good, and you could tell that they had gone through at least most of the process that I got to go through, and I've definitely, even just here, have made a lot of friends out of it, Poetry Out Loud in general. And it's brought me closer to some of my friends too, like Jocelyn. She was in state with me, county. We both got to county last year as well. So yeah, it's been super fun, and I'm excited to do it again next year.
Very nice. I hope you carry that message that poetry is fun everywhere you go.
And I think Dino would like to recite a poem, but even if he doesn't want to, he has one ready. And Dino, you might feel more comfortable standing up for it. What do you think? Is that okay, Supervisor Hall?
Absolutely. We'd love that.
Okay, this is The Idler by Alice Moore Dunbar Nelson. An idle lingerer on a wayside's road, he gathers up his work and yawns away. A little longer ere the tiresome load shall be reduced to ashes or to clay. No matter if the world has marched along and scorned his slowness as it quickly passed. No matter if, amid the busy throng, he greets some face infantile at the last. His mission, well, there is but one, and if it is a mission, he knows it nay. To be a happy idler, to lounge and sun and dreaming pass his long-drawn days away. So dreams he on, his happy life to pass, content, without ambition's painful sighs, until the sands run down into the glass. He smiles, content, unmoved, and dies. And yet, with all the pity that you feel for this poor mothling of that flame, the world, are you the better for your desperate deal when you, like him, into infinitude are hurled?
That's deep. I think you do some theater in your future as well. Yeah. Do you want to turn it back over to you for anybody else to say anything?
Sure, yeah. Congratulations, first and foremost. It's very impressive, and I think poetry is one of those pieces that I think you've grabbed onto as a kind of a bright light in your life. And I think if a friend sends it to you, or you read it, or it gets referred to you, or you pick it up in some other form of literature, it's just like this little gem that you get to insert into your day and follow that thought process. So thanks for sharing, and congratulations. I'm a huge supporter of the expeditionary learning school model. Both my children went there, and you just have such a benefit of that education in front of you. So take full advantage of it, which it looks like you are. So congratulations again. I'll turn it over to Supervisor Schofield for a few words.
Thank you, Chair. So, Dino, you know, I was prepared to give a congratulations speech to you, and then, of course, you read your poem, and it's like, I really can't explain what that does to me, but it's an emotion that comes up to me. And the fact that your expressionism, the use of your hands, the confidence that you show, it's like, why didn't you get first place? I don't get it. And if I could just a little bit go off a bit, I was up at a meeting in Anderson the other day, and you know, we have the Alliance for Workforce here, and one of the other service members came to me and said, you know, I came to the Sierra College Seminar on the Arts recently, brought 2 of our people with you. We were so impressed with that program and what's going on with the arts in Nevada County, and I'd like to say, I'm so impressed with the county of Nevada and what we've done with the Root Center and the arts out here in Eliza. It's like, oh my gosh, we get to hear Eliza again. But Eliza, you've done so much of it, and this is a result of it. Dino, so proud of you. Very, very proud of you. Thank you.
Supervisor Hook.
Well, thanks, Dino. I just see a bright future sitting there. I mean, when you open doors like that, oh, the places you can go, the stories you can tell, and how you can communicate that. That's such a gift. Yeah, this was fun. I'm so glad you recited for us. That was, it was great. And I think Ed hit all those points on what this county does, and you're part of that. And so thanks for sharing that at the state level. And where you go from here. I will be watching. I'll be excited. I hope I see you back here reciting me something new next year. Good job, Dino.
Yeah, congratulations. You make our county look good, and we're very proud of you. So I always say that this is a really special place, and not because of government or institutions or business, but because of people, and you're part of that. So thanks for participating, and yes, I think I see a little theater in your future as well. The memorization thing is so hard. So total kudos to you for doing such a great job.
And a picture? Okay, so I think we'd love to take a picture in a moment, but we first want to make sure that there's public comment. So if anybody else would like to come down and comment on this award, and this is your opportunity. No, anything?
Informal comments? Mom comments from mothers? Come on, Mom. You got an opportunity. Mom. Let's hear it.
It's your chance.
Hi. I'm just so proud of my son. Every day of his life, and he is continuing to stun me. One thing I wanted to share was how, because Dino's such a cool cat and very funny and interesting and loved in his friend community and his school, he's made poetry quite popular. So there's this like whole group of teenagers writing and reciting poetry and doing it out loud and at festivals and at the mine, what was that? The Empire Mine. Just this, it's stunning to watch these brilliant young beings feeling proud of their self-expression and saying it clearly out loud, and it's just so cool. And I'm just so proud of you with all my heart. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you. Good job, Mom. And I think this is called an influencer of the best sort. All right, and we're gonna, I think, close out public comment. And if you want to come down, and we'd like to get a picture with Mom and sister, and And we have a certificate and a challenge coin for you.
So Chair Bullock, we are running ahead of schedule. Staff's recommendation is to go ahead and hear item number 27, presentation of the Government Financial Officer Association Distinguished Budget Award, before you go to your 10 a.m. timed item.
Okay, that sounds good. Thanks for making us aware of that. So we'll move on to item number 27. This is the County Executive Officer, Allison Lehman, and it's a presentation of the Government Financial Officers Association Distinguished Budget Presentation Award to Nevada County. For Nevada County's 23-24 adopted budget, I'm not going to steal her thunder, but we get these pretty routinely, so I'm pretty proud of it. With that, I'll turn it over to Martin Polt. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Bullock. Good morning, members of the board and members of the public. Martin Polt here, your Chief Fiscal Officer. So I'm really happy to be here today to talk about the Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Award. This budget award program from the Government Finance Officers Association has been in place since 1984, and it was designed to encourage and assist state and local governments in preparing high-quality budget documents. The budget documents must meet the guidelines from the National Advisory Council on State and Local Budgeting and the Government Finance Officers Association best practices. So some of the guidelines from the national organization are that the budget document must include long-term perspectives in budgets and fiscal planning. It must establish linkages in our budgets, that is our revenue, expenses, and fund balances to broad organizational goals. It must focus budget decisions on results and outcomes, and basically demonstrating how our public dollars are spent. And it must include effective communication with stakeholders and provide incentives to government management employees to do their best work. It's basically a blueprint for governments to make improvements to our budget process every year. We have received the award for the 2022-23 budget that was adopted last June, and that makes the 9th consecutive year that we've received this budget award. Yay. Thanks everybody. So we met the guidelines just mentioned, as well as in four overall categories. And those four categories include as a policy guide. So in our budget documents and process, we include financial policies such as our debt management policy, our fund balance policy, our pension management policy, as well as information about our board objectives, your board objectives and related policies. And we do have a link in our budget document to the quarterly ClearPoint board objective reports. As a financial plan, we include financial schedules such as revenue, expenses, fund balances for each department and key service area in the county. And the budget document includes departmental information that describes programs, goals, services, and it ties those program goals and services to our revenues and expenses and fund balances, and in turn, those to county and community goals. In our budget documents, we include long-range operating plans in key areas. That includes the capital improvement plan from our Department of Public Works, our 5-year capital facilities and information systems plans, and a projection of our general fund balances. We are rated on the budget as an understandable and usable tool to communicate our policies, goals, and plans to our public and stakeholders. And this tool is a living document and a guide which is critical for us to meet the goals and maintain our fiscal stability in the county. We have improved and continue to improve our budget presentations in each of those 9 years with major updates in our documents over the past 3 years, particularly the Government Finance Officers Association created new criteria which we met starting in 2021. So how do we get to this excellent budget document? We are going to apply for the award in the 24-25 year that we're going into. And this budget development cycle diagram kind of shows you how we got to receiving that award over the past 9 years and how we plan to do it this year. So you can see this diagram is a year-round diagram. It ultimately shows our excellence in how we use our budget as a living document for meeting various goals. It allows for a review throughout the year of how we're doing on our budget and finances and provides input for the coming year. So you can see starting with September, last September, for example, going into the 24-25 budget year, our senior executives met and the senior executives discussed progress on their goals and the board's objectives in September and identified hot topics going into the next budget year. We brought those hot topics to the board in November for your review and also gave you a progress review in this last November of how we were doing on the current budget as well as looking forward and what your feedback on various hot topics and objectives might be. We took that information and then in the January board workshop, we brought you presentations and information basically for you to set the stage, create your objectives for the coming year, and provide information to me and other county staff as guidelines to go forward with the budget. So the 24-25 budget, we kicked off January 31st. But departments worked very diligently between February 1st and the budget subcommittee preparing their budgets, reviewing budget documents. And we then came to you starting in a few weeks ago. The budget subcommittee met and we're continuing that process as we speak. That process ends this week. And feedback is given on the budgets and we finalize a proposed budget which we then bring to the budget hearing in June. That cycle continues, but there's ongoing activity throughout the year. As we know, even today, there are documents being brought before you reflecting the budget plans from last year and also possibly amendments for this coming year for unexpected or adjusted items. Those documents and comments also go through various committees and commissions throughout the year for feedback, whether it's the Solid Hazardous Waste Commission, the Transit Commission, or even we bring to the Contractors Association some of our budget documents and items. So very much public feedback is included as we're moving toward the public document and public hearing. So with that, I'm just going to show you where we are at this point. You can see there, budget subcommittee, we're currently in that process. That ends this week. And after that, we will be pulling together these various documents as described to start going into the public hearing in June. That's June 18th. And then we plan to adopt the budget on June 25th. I do want to definitely acknowledge Supervisors Bullock and Hall this year, but I also want to acknowledge really all staff in the county. It's essentially community-wide, not only county staff and the Board of Supervisors collectively, but also our community who has input into the budget. And I also want to mention, special mention this year, the people on the ground who have been putting all these documents together. Barry Anderson, Sarah Hollyhead, Aaron Metler, Mandy Stewart, and Danielle Hudson. And we have a couple of those members here. Thank you. So with that, I entertain any questions or comments you might have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Martin. That was a great presentation. It's proud to see the annual acknowledgement for the work that goes into this budget and kind of the year-over-year foundational rock that our budget has become around here. There's no years missing from that award cycle, which is something really to be proud of, right? With that, are there any questions from the board members? And then we'd like to go to public comment, and then we'll come back to the board for comments. But any questions for Mr. Polt? Anybody? No? Okay. Seeing no questions, we'll go ahead and open up to public comment. Please step up to the podium. Mr. Taylor.
District 1. I want to take this opportunity to give a thanks to Martin. He's probably one of the reasons why I've considered running for office, and that is the respect that he has shared with my lack of knowledge of budget and the amount of times that he has helped me through understanding budgets to this point, to this day. I'm very appreciative of everything, Martin, you've shared, and his willingness to work with me and helping me understand budgets. I would like to express that I would like to see citizens more involved in the budget moving forward, and maybe at the level of the budget kickoff meetings or the budget subcommittee having some citizen involvement at that stage. With that, I thank you, and thank you, Martin.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk, any callers online?
No callers,
No?
Chair.
Okay. Any other comments here in the board chambers on Martin's presentation? No, with that, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Hall as a member of our Budget Ad Hoc Committee.
Thank you. Thanks, Martin. This is such a great commendation for the work that you and your team and the entire county has put into having budgets with integrity and as understandable as possible, and really openly taking input from every department and from the subcommittee. This is a tremendous process. I want to, very much thank you and every department head and analyst. I know a ton of work goes into this, but what we're ending up seeing is something that works, that keeps us steady. I know our CEO appreciates that we aren't running in and out with new projects, but that we have a steady a steady goal for the entire year that we establish pretty much in January for the policy direction of the board. And in terms of public comment, there's, public input. It's always a challenge to get public input in budgets, but there are these multiple touchstones where the public can provide input. Also, we get constituent calls all day long, and those are included that I hear from my constituents as part of what I bring to the subcommittee and to policy direction. So, Martin, I think this will be, I don't want to get all teary-eyed, but this is what a way to go out. So thank you so much for shepherding us through this process. I also want to give a shout out to Chair Bullock, who helped revise the system this year in a way that's really been very helpful and wonderful, that we spend more time on the program and the budgets as it affects the programs as a whole. I think that's worked well for you all, for staff. It's certainly worked well for me, and I think we're all going to be pleased with that. And then just finally, when the budget gets published, it's out there in a book, and our budget explains each program. It's actually an amazing document, very interesting to anybody who cares about anything that we do. So I would recommend that the public who's interested in our budget get last year's document, look through it and see what's happening this year when that comes out. So very long-winded, but a great big thank you to you, Martin, and to the entire team.
Good summary. Thank you, Supervisor Hall. Supervisor Hook?
Well, Heidi, you really covered it. I think having sit on the budget subcommittee and really getting to learn it has been very valuable over a period of time, and see the work that goes into that. And I think it gives you such an in-depth knowledge of what goes on in each department as well. And I always really enjoyed that because the work that goes here is really exceptional. And then to have your team grab that all together and form that budget, it's pretty amazing. And what a compliment to that 9 years in a row you receive this award. That just says a lot about your team and the work that you guys create out there and keep us all in line, because we all come for you to money. There's always something we need, and you're like, okay, well, look at the budget. So, and especially in these trying times, I mean, we know the budget in California is stressed, and that means little counties are stressed, and you guys do an amazing job keeping us lined out, so appreciate that. I mean, the direction comes from the board, I understand that, but there's a place, and it's just so important that you keep that all intact so that we stay and keep good reserves and that we can keep functioning in case of a disaster. So you guys are top on my list. Really appreciate the work that you've done. Continue to do.
Well, Martin, as always, I commend you, and I commend the people that work on your team. I know how much effort and work goes into it, and I think that it's, I don't think there's many counties, I may be wrong here, but I don't think there's many counties that have the process that we do as far as the involvement of the Board of Supervisors. And granted, it's the budget subcommittee each year that really puts the time into it. Thank you, Hardy. Thank you, Heidi. But with those 2 years, you know so much about your budget, and you know so much about your team that you work with. So I don't know. I've had that opportunity a number of times, and I just know what goes into it. It's expected of you, Mark. But I just want to thank you and your team in particular. Again, I just know the work that goes into this award. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed.
So thank you and your team for all the hard work. Not only is Martin a very talented CFO and finance guy, he also is an amazing karaoke singer, and I have it on video. If I didn't know we were going to be doing, this extensive presentation, I would have brought it out, but we'll save it for your retirement party. No, just kidding. And actually have a musical team, too, because I believe Barry could come and sing backup for you. So, thank you for all your hard work that you have done. I will get the pleasure of still getting to work with Martin after he retires, because we serve on the board for the Center for the Arts together. So I know you won't be around here, and you will be very missed next year, but I get to see you. And I will let everybody know the next time he's going to be singing karaoke, and you guys can all come out.
Thanks, a nice touch. Yeah, it's good to put the human element on the people we work with every day. I'd just like to say thank you, Martin, to you and your team, and to the other members that were listed on your slide. Obviously, there's a lot of contribution. I know those people have been working on it for months and months and months, and then we get this final product that's a really high quality, narrative, and then also the financial documents and statements. And there's more things to go around, and I can't wait till the end of the budget process when we have a party and we celebrate holding up that big stack of budget documents, and we get to say thank you for real. So look forward to it there too. But I would just mention that this year's budget, and I was on budget subcommittee last year as well, it's definitely a balance of community building versus core services, and that the natural tension that occurs between the elected officials and the county staff, I'm so respectful of, because that is what makes government so. That's what makes democratic government work, right? Is the protection of those assets and the respect for the taxpayer dollar. We're trying to build communities, and the fund balances need to be saved for a rainy day and for those core services. And so working through that process has been quite an experience, and we understand the state budget has a huge impact on our budget. So just working through those tough decisions this year, I think is where it's at. I feel really confident we've come to that process with integrity, and tried to bring as much as we possibly could, understanding and I look forward to the final budget. I'm really happy with where it's headed. And with that, any other final comments or anything? No? Okay. Thanks, Martin. We really appreciate it. And again, we'll look forward to the final process. Will say one more piece, that the budget ad hoc is really the process that brings a budget forward for public review. And so when we talk about public integration and comment and involvement, it's really part of that public hearing process when you can come stand up in front and bring it up. It's not a foregone conclusion. That is an open dialogue between the public and our organization. So there's plenty more options to give input on the budget process. Thanks again.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I do have to, this has been quite a year. It's been quite, this is my 10th year in this position, and really appreciate being here. This is a moment, and these coming moments, I do cherish, and I cherish working with all of you. And of course, Allison, yeah, how many times she and I have had discussions about budgets, and collectively with other staff as well. You're amazing too, Allison, and yeah, I cherish our relationship. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thanks, Martin. Really appreciate your work. The kind words. I'll go ahead and entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thanks, Martin. The timed item at 10 a.m. Let's take just a very brief. Oh, so I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So staff suggesting, if possible, Chair, if we could hear item 26, which is with Sheriff Moon recognizing Peace Officers Memorial Day.
You bet. Okay, let's move on to that. This is item number 26, Sheriff and Coroner. Public Administrator Shannon Moon. It's a resolution recognizing May 15th, 2024 as Peace Officers Memorial Day in the week of May 12th through the May 18th, 2024 as Police Week in Nevada County. And with that, it's my pleasure to turn it over to Sheriff Moon.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Bullock, honorable board members. I am Shannon Moon, your Nevada County Sheriff, Coroner, and Public Administrator. I am honored to be here today to request our county and your board to pay respect to the over 1,600 peace officers that have paid the ultimate sacrifice in the service to their communities in the state of California since becoming a state, and to honor the families they left behind. In 1962, President John F. Kennedy proclaimed May 15 as National Peace Officer Memorial Day, and the calendar week in which May 15 falls as National Police Week. I have the incredible privilege of being one of the board members of the California Peace Officer Memorial Foundation, whose mission is to recognize and honor California's peace officers who gave their lives in the line of duty, serving the citizens of our great state, and provide support to their family members. Being a director gives me an opportunity to work on the logistics of our enrollment ceremony every year and to meet with the families of our fallen. Sadly, we added 8 names to the California Peace Officer Memorial in Sacramento last Monday in our enrollment ceremony for 2023. 8 families that sent their loved ones to work and whom lives were forever changed when their loved one did not return after their shift. 3 officers died from COVID in 2021, 4 officers who were murdered by gunfire in 2023, and a distant past honored officer who was assaulted while providing security in a courtroom in San Bernardino County. Officer Philip T. Sidario, Los Angeles Police Department, end of watch, January 25th, 2021. Sergeant Patricia Elena Gillian, Los Angeles Police Department, end of watch, January 28, 2021. Sergeant Anthony Ray White, the Los Angeles Police Department, end of watch, April 15, 2021. Deputy Sheriff Darnell Andrew Calhoun, Riverside County Sheriff's Office, end of watch, January 12th, 2023, murdered responding to a domestic violence call. Officer Gonzalo Carrasco Jr. of the Selma Police Department, end of watch, January 31st, 2023, murdered responding to a suspicious person call. Deputy Sheriff Ryan M. Klinkenbroomer of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office, end of watch, September 16, 2023, murdered while sitting in his patrol car. Officer Tuan Lei, the Oakland Police Department, end of watch, December 29, 2023, murdered responding to a burglary call. And Detective Donald A. Mason, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office, end of watch, December 23, 1959, assaulted while providing security in a courtroom. Memorial services are meant to not only remember our loved ones, but it also gives us time to reflect. Our law enforcement community is full of many different agencies that wear different uniforms with different patches on their shoulders. Yet we are all the same, and we share a very common bond. Today's first responder in law enforcement requires immense courage, resilience, and dedication. They face high-pressure situations, often risking their own life for the safety of others as they respond to calls and running towards danger. They work around the clock, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And even when they're on their days off, they are on call and respond at a moment's notice. We are very fortunate to have courageous, dedicated, and professional men and women that choose to wear the uniform of the Nevada County Sheriff's Office. To honor our brothers and sisters we lost in 2023 and before, and show deep gratitude to those who continue to show up courageously with care and concern to protect Nevada County, I humbly request your approval of this resolution proclaiming May 15, 2024 as Peace Officer Memorial Day and the week of May 12th through May 18th, 2024 as Police Week in Nevada County, and to recognize Public Law 87-726 and direct the flags to be flown at half-mast on all county buildings on Wednesday, May 15th, Peace Officer Memorial Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Moon. It's always one of those sobering moments for us, and I would just like to personally thank you and everybody who serves in uniform to protect us in this county. It's incredible the work you do, and we don't know what you go through in the middle of the night by yourself and the danger and the threat that you face, but we can just give our sincere thank you to you and the officers here today that represent us in Nevada County. I'm very, very proud of you. With that, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Swarthout to say a few words for us.
Thank you. Well, it's very overwhelming to listen to what you just read and the people who lost their lives serving us. There's not many of us who go to a job every day with the possibility that we might not come home. And I think that daunting responsibility and task that you face every single day, not just you, but your families as well, and the sacrifices that you make to serve us here in the county, in the community in general, I have overwhelming gratitude for all of you. I had the privilege of volunteering in your office a few years ago, and it truly was a privilege. I learned so much about our county and the work that all of you do. You're not just out there arresting people. You're social workers, you're babysitters, you're dealing with so many different problems in the community, and you all do it with extreme grace. And I just am really appreciative of everything that you've done for our community and your service. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thanks. Supervisor Hall.
Thank you so much, Sheriff Moon, for bringing this forward and giving us the opportunity to honor those officers who've fallen in the last year or couple of years, and to honor their families. My heart goes out to them. and to thank you and your entire team for everything you do for Nevada County. I'm pleased to see that the deaths are decreasing. That's the only good news here, but that's what we want. We want you to stay safe while you're protecting all of the rest of us. So thank you again.
Yeah, what can you say, Shannon? Thank you for all that you do, and Sam and your team. You know, I've had personal calls from you during difficult times. It's always been some difficult meetings here where we always have somebody sitting back there, Sean today, and you don't know how much of it eases our mind a lot, especially in particular meetings, as you guys are well aware of that. And the fact that we sometimes forget that you guys are in a position to where you may not come home the next day. And so we honor those people that have fallen, but we honor you guys too, recognizing that you put yourself into that position, and you do it willfully. So thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Well, all kinds of good words have been said. There's just not enough big capital letters that say thank you, and we appreciate you, and we love you. And to bring this forward, we think of those families, and we hold them in our hearts, and thank them for their service, because they were out there protecting and serving, and it is heartbreaking. This part is always just difficult. So I just want to thank each and one of you that put yourself on the line for us every day, and know that you have our support. And again, a big heartfelt thanks to those families that are suffering right now for their loss. It's always hard. It's always difficult. So, and for the ones, you know, we just had a guy in Placer that had the accident, and thank God he's healing and getting better. There's so many things that go on a daily basis in your lives that nobody probably doesn't even really realize, or they take it for granted, right? You take it for granted, we're going to call the phone and you're going to be there. And you are. I guess that's the thing. It's, don't ever stop and hesitate. And so what y'all do for us is so important and so expanded. I look at just the Sheriff's Department. I look what goes over in corrections. You look at our search and rescue team. You guys do so much. It's amazing to me. So thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Thank you. CEO Lehman, do you have any comment?
No, I just echo the words of the board. I mean, Sheriff and your team are amazing, and you do it with such deep care, putting yourselves out there. It's truly selfless work, and just true appreciation to all of you for the work that you do every day. And you do have the full support of the whole entire county, so thank you.
Thanks. I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment. If anybody has a comment on this item, please go ahead and step up, show your support, or make a comment for us. Madam Clerk, are there any callers on the line?
No callers, Chair.
No. Mr. Taylor.
I don't very often say positive things. I would like to say that I really appreciate, Shannon, your leadership. I think under your leadership, the community is doing much better. I think that's, you know, you see that with how your interaction with sheriffs countywide, it's always positive. It seems like you've done a fantastic job with your leadership, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no additional comments, I would just like to commend you personally on your leadership for caring for your team, the policies and procedures, and the decisions you have to make that cascade down through all the other leadership, the undersheriff and all your managers and sergeants and all the people that contribute. That takes leadership to keep them safe, right? And that's on your mind first and foremost. So thank you for your support of your team and keeping it put together safe and conducting yourself that way. So thanks.
It's an honor of a lifetime to be the sheriff of my hometown, but to work with these people, it's a privilege every single day to be able to see the work that they do and how dedicated they are. I'm the one that's pretty lucky.
Sam, any words for us? No? Okay, thanks. With that, seeing no more additional public comment and feeling convinced that we've said thank you in the right way, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve this.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we're going to move on to our scheduled item for 10 a.m. Just about on schedule. This is a public hearing to consider adoption of a resolution of intention to issue assessment ballots and schedule a ballot hearing to establish parcel charges and form a new county service area in compliance with Proposition 218 for the North San Juan Fire Suppression System. It's a resolution of intention for proposed County Service Area 39, the North San Juan Fire Suppression System, to establish parcel charges for fire suppression services and directing mailed notice, a public hearing, and a mailed ballot election. And this is in District 4, Supervisor Hook. With that, I'll turn it over to Patrick Perkins, who will introduce our items and give us a presentation. And then we have other people, Michelle, Tricia, and our consultant, Keith, I believe, is here as well. Yep, hi. And so with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Pat Perkins, and I am the principal engineer here at Nevada County. To my left is Michelle Garcia. She is one of the project managers here at Nevada County. And to her left is Keith Nibb, who works with Sowers Engineering, who has been helping us on this project. The North San Juan Fire Suppression Project is a project that is currently in design right now. We're at roughly 60-75% of design. And the real reason that we're here today is twofold. One, just to give you an update and let you know where we are in the process, and also to ask for the ability to go forward with sending out ballots to people that will be affected in this area. The ballot would be for the formation of a maintenance district that would be used to fund ongoing maintenance operations. And as we go through the presentation, I'll get into the details on that. Quick project overview. Again, the project is for the construction of a water storage tank. Also, it has a distribution system, so basically water lines, fire hydrants, things of that nature. If this project does go forward into construction, Nevada County would be the owner of the system. We would also be responsible for the maintenance of the system. We have had quite a few discussions with the North San Juan Fire Protection District, and they have agreed to operate the system. So that would be daily items such as, or weekly items going out flushing fire hydrants, just making sure that everything is running right. The project goals for this project are really twofold. One is to, I'm going to start with number 2 first, which is to provide fire support for the North San Juan area. Currently, there is no water purveyor up in the North San Juan area, so there's no water lines like we have perhaps south, where we've got NID, where we've got fire hydrants and things like that. North San Juan just doesn't have that facility. The other item that we've got by creating this fire suppression district is it removes an economic barrier for some of the buildings and some of the structures that are up in the North San Juan town proper area. The way that it sits right now, in order for those buildings to either increase, to create new buildings, they have to have their own internal fire suppression system unless we can create this overall community fire suppression system. So by creating this overall fire protection for the entire area, individual businesses, business owners don't have to put them in their buildings themselves. Basic community need, again, we just talked about some of the economic benefits that this project would have. Also, over the past several years, we've had multiple fires in the area. Thank goodness none of them have gotten out of control. But having a centralized fire suppression system would certainly be a benefit to everybody within the area. In the event of a fire right now, as I mentioned, there is no real fire suppression system availability, fire hydrants, things like that. So what the fire department does and would do is they would tend to go out and they would draft off of ponds, rivers, creeks, whatever they had to in order to get water to try to put fires out. But the response time trying to get to Bullards or to Englebright or something like that really just isn't reasonable to try to put out a fire. Something really starts, taking off. And at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Michelle, who's going to go into some of the details on the project.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. As Ms. Perkins mentioned, my name is Michelle Garcia. I'm the Public Works Project Manager. The overall proposed facilities for this project include the 330-gallon tank that will be at the North San Juan Methodist Church, 4,200 feet of 12-inch water main, one 6-inch water supply well that will be at the fire station, and 10 fire hydrants located along that fire water main. On this map, you can see the proposed facilities. Up at the north side of the photo is where the storage tank will be located, like I mentioned, at the Methodist Church. That main fire lane will come down Flume Street. It will head west towards High Street, head then south towards Highway 49, and then west again, kind of running along parallel with Highway 49 down towards the community center. Back towards the center of the photo, you'll see the one crossing where we will go underneath Highway 49, continue down towards the water well, and then it will head east and split down Reservoir Street, Cherokee, and Oak Tree Road. So the tank size for this project was based on the California Fire Code. Two main things: the size of the largest building in the area and the type of structure. So that would be the building that houses the Brass Rail and Mama's Pizza. So that is a type 5B building. That building is just over 11,000 square feet. So as you can see on the little graph right there, that puts us in the largest category. We will need 2,750 gallons of water per minute for a duration of 2 hours, which brings us to our 330-gallon size tank. This project has already completed our CEQA. An initial study with mitigated negative declaration was completed and was adopted by the board in December 2023. There were no substantial comments received. As part of the mitigation measures for this project, the county will be completing 1 year of groundwater monitoring, both prior to and during construction of the project. We are inviting the surrounding parcel owners to volunteer for one of the 3 adjacent wells that will be monitored. But if we don't get volunteers, the county will choose which properties will have that monitoring with no cost to the owners, of course. During the process of the tank filling, if the groundwater decreases more than 1 feet from previous years, then filling of the tank will be paused until that groundwater resumes to normal levels. The tank will be filled during the November to April months and for no more than 8 hours per day, so it'll take about 30 days to fill the tank. On this image, you'll see the blue is the zone of benefits. All the parcels located within this zone are within 1,000 feet of a fire hydrant. This dimension was chosen because the fire trucks have about 1,200 feet of supply hose. So this would allow 200 feet roughly for navigating around the parcels. And this includes both developed and undeveloped structures, or parcels, excuse me. The zone of benefit really is the area in which a benefit assessment can be conducted for the CSA under Proposition 218. For this project, there are 142 parcels within the zone. The proposed fee for each of those parcels would be about $130 a year, and that comes to just over $18,000 a year, and that would be for operation and maintenance costs. And I will pass it back to Mr. Perkins.
As I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, really what we're looking for is for the ability to send out ballots to the affected parcel owners to find out if there is interest in forming this maintenance district. It's nothing that commits them at this point to a financial tax, if you will, through the CSA. But in order for us to move forward and try to get construction funding, we do need to have a maintenance entity, and that's really what we're trying to move forward today. County staff has been working with LAFCO quite a bit in order to try to get this established. We did work with LAFCO, and conditionally they approved our application for a CSA back in February. However, that's conditional upon a 51% approval from these ballots that we would like to send out. If we send the ballots out, they should be going out within the next 2 weeks, assuming everything goes well here today. Once those ballots are sent out, they would be back to the county on July 9th, at which point we would come back before your board. We would open them up in a public presentation and find out what kind of interest there really is. Looking at the project next steps, as I mentioned right now, we're hoping to get the ballots issued today. On July 9th, we would be coming back, opening up the ballots. Depending on how those ballots go, if everything goes well and there's a majority, we'll continue to move the project forward. If there is not a majority and we do not have a maintenance entity, the project would either be put on the shelf until we could come up with a maintenance entity, or staff would go back and try to come up with some other funding mechanism in order to take care of the maintenance. So we would come back to you with that either way. So again, what we're asking for today is the establishment of the proposed parcel charges based on the 218 assessment, setting up a public hearing on the July 9th, and that would be at 11 o'clock. And at this point, that's all that I have for you. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Michelle can answer a lot of the technical questions, and we also have Keith Nibb from Sowers, who's done a lot of the design at this point.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you. Let's open it up for questions, and then we'll do the public hearing, and I'll start with Supervisor Hook. Do you have questions? And then we'll go to comments after public.
Oh, thanks, Hardy. No questions. A lot of work has gone into this, a lot of changes. We've really maneuvered around, and we're to the next step, and that's what we're asking now, is to find out what those property owners are, where they stand. So this is an important portion of this before we can move on to this in the LAFCO process. So I'll be interested for the public comment.
No questions.
I just have one question. In the $130 a year charge, is there an escalation factor in there for as costs go up that you don't run into a deficit? Because I saw that you calculated exactly to the charges for current conditions, but I know we've experienced having to figure out how to pay the difference when there's increasing costs.
Yes, there is an escalation factor associated with the parcel charges.
That would keep current with the expenses going up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks.
The only question I had the only question I had is, will there be an assessment levied on new parcel construction? For example, you have the lots with the red lines there, and if somebody built a new structure, would there be, I'm sure there's already fire fees assessments, but would there be an additional assessment on new construction to pay down the debt, or we may not carry any debt, or to pay it off and reduce that parcel charge?
At this point, there would be no additional fees based on the structure. It would just be $130 per parcel regardless, is my understanding.
Got it, for time and forever. Yeah,
Correct.
It doesn't matter what's built or what's used or what's connected.
Correct. It doesn't matter if there's a big structure, small structure, no structure. It's $130 per parcel.
Okay, got it. I think that's all the question I had. I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing at this time. Anybody in the council or board chambers, please jump up and give us your comments and insight. Mr. Taylor.
Michael Taylor, District 1. This is a fantastic suggestion that I think benefits the community in whole, or at least, well, District 1 through Nevada City. There's been several fires that have started up in that area, as we're familiar with, whether they're arson or whatever. And if any one of those fires had a north wind behind them, it would be in Nevada City before we know it. So I think that is a fantastic to do this. I would suggest possibly that the parcel tax is that residence has a different parcel tax than a commercial property. So if it's zoned commercial, that it offsets the value. I'd also suggest that in the presentation to the community in the ballot that $130 would be offset by $100 at least from your insurance company being within 1,000 feet of a fire hydrant. So it actually benefits the community, costing them net $30 after they get their credit from $100 from the insurance company. That would be my other suggestion. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Al?
Al Wolf here, District 1. You know, I don't know if you're familiar with Singapore. Singapore is on the tip of the Malayan Peninsula. They have water problems too. And what they've done is build structures that look like giant funnels that funnel the rainwater from the monsoons down into their cisterns to store for public use and domestic use and that. Also, you know, being the San Juan Ridge, where my father's from in Austria, they would build a high-level bridge with a fire main across that high-level bridge to the San Juan. Yeah, that would help a lot too. You know, having to wind, you lose a lot of energy and time winding on down the canyon and winding back up again. I mean, that's, you know, with the technology we have today for building bridges in it, that's kind of ridiculous. And for emergency situation, you need fast access, and that bridge would help. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Al.
Hello, my name is Grace Carnavale. My parents owned the Ridge Cafe in North San Juan, and they also owned the Brass Rail previously. I'm fully in support of this. I think it's really important that North San Juan gets more resources because we're a really underdeveloped area of the county. There's no public bathroom in North San Juan. We're like the only bathroom because there's no fire hydrants, so we can't put any public bathrooms, we can't put a public park, we can't put any resources like that. And we have a huge homelessness problem. And we're only open 8 to 3. So after that, like, where are people going to the bathroom? They're just going probably on other people's property, like around, which is not ideal. So I'm fully in support of this. And I think it's also important to protect the historic buildings that are in North San Juan. All the historic buildings in Nevada City are protected, but the Brass Rail building has been there for hundreds of years, and the Toki's building has been there for hundreds of years. And I think that we need to protect both of those. Thank you.
Grace, thanks for your comments. Any additional comments?
Hi, I'm Mark Hughes. I'm a property owner right on the corner of Highway 49 and School Street, bottom left of the map. I have questions, maybe more than comments. I think the first thing is I think we all have experienced real issues with fire insurance out there. I've literally experienced insurance companies asking my zip code and then denying me without even evaluating what we have personally done to make our property fire safe, which is extensive. So the question I have is if we as property owners support this, to what degree are we going to benefit from reduced insurance rates or reasonable insurance rates or being recognized as a more fire safe community? That's number one. Number two, I'm fully in support of supporting the growth and development of North San Juan. I also think we need to be conscious of the fact that we might be able to bring water into the area to support the future development. But also, I think we really need to take a look at what are going to be requirements for a property owner or an investor to take those existing historic buildings and bring them to code so that all the effort that we've put into bringing water there is possible because they're not undermined by exorbitant costs to renovate those buildings. So just consideration given to that, I think, is valuable. But I appreciate your time. Thank you.
So, Patrick, could you help us answer the insurance question about maybe an outlook for mitigation with water coming in? And
yeah, I can certainly start on it, and then if my colleagues would like to jump in too. I don't know that we have an exact number as to how much each individual parcel will benefit or not benefit. Each individual insurance company does things a little bit differently. Some people might benefit by $10, some people might benefit by hundreds of dollars. It really just depends on the insurance company. So honestly, there is no guarantee if somebody is going to get a benefit. I would speak from my own experience, which is when I got my own fire insurance, having a fire hydrant within 100 yards of where my house was, I got a deduction on my own personal fire insurance. But how that plays out to everybody is really going to be on a parcel by parcel thing.
So, Chair Bullock, we also have your Chief of Staff who's been doing a lot of work around the insurance issue. And then also I want to recognize the Fire Chief who's here that may add value to the conversation as well.
thanks. And yet Supervisor Hall as well, I'm sure has had many conversations about this in her travels with NACO and CSAC and all the other work she's been doing. So, Jeff, can you weigh in just a little bit on it?
Chair Bullock, honorable members of the board, supervisors, I think the question on how the potential project could benefit folks with fire insurance is a really good one. I think what Pat articulated is actually pretty correct. I think it would definitely be factored in risk scores, but there's no guarantee that this will actually help solve the crisis, unfortunately. But however, I would articulate that it is in the step in the right direction, and I think through a lot of advocacy, the work's being done by Supervisor Hall and also other folks in the legislature, there is work to ensure that actions like these are incorporated in risk scores. But there is no guarantee, and I think that's the real challenge that we're seeing, and so we're advocating for transparency and risk modeling. But I think that the chief might be able to talk a little bit about some of the risk scores that potentially this project could help with, and it absolutely would is a step in the right direction.
Thank you. Tom Browning, Deputy Fire Chief, North San Juan Fire Protection District. The things we put in place in this program to meet insurance requirements is following those standards that are adopted by ISO, which is the Insurance Services Offices, and they come out and they evaluate your fire protection system, including the firefighters, the training, the equipment, and the amount of water supply you have in the area. They use a structure within 1,000 feet of a hydrant as considered a hydrated area or a hydrogen home. So that's part of the matrix that we put into this system. There are no guarantees in the insurance system, and as we all know that, I know people that live with a hydrant in front of their house and they're on the FAIR plan, and it's because people are making decisions back east looking at a zip code or just the amount of losses in that portion of the country, and it affects all of us. But this truly is the best step that we can do at this time to help in that direction to, number one, make this a safer place to live. Number two, hopefully get some benefits from insurance companies to recognize this. Another portion of our district, the Ananda Village, has a complete water system in place, and they were able to lower their insurance significantly by ISO doing a study of that system, recognizing its ability and the efficiency it adds to what we do. So this is certainly just the right direction to go at this time for multiple reasons. But I do want to take time to thank you, the county staff and the Board of Supervisors, for entering into this project, because you don't have any other water systems under your jurisdiction. And we certainly couldn't do this without you. And it's a great benefit for our constituents that we're working on this. This project's been in the works for a very long time. I know Hank Weston had this vision started and talked to me about what if we could just get one hydrant there? How could we do that? And we built that into a system that's really going to affect, the entire downtown area of North San Juan, and we're very proud of that and appreciate your support. Any questions?
Any other questions from the board? No, I think that solved it for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just reviewing the resolution here. Any other questions from members of the public or anybody, Madam Clerk, calling in?
No callers, Chair.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Nope. Okay. I'll entertain a motion. This is to support the resolution, placing the ballot item before the voters and also establishing the $130 parcel charge. Is there a third item that I'm supposed to? No, that's it. Okay.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Passed. Here we go. Thanks. Appreciate that. Appreciate all the hard work. Yeah, it's a big project. And I'm going to mention one more piece briefly as we cap that item. We wanted to thank our Congressman Malfa's office who gave us the earmark to make that project possible. We also have another item acknowledging that contribution from that congressional member when this item comes before us for the final vote opening. So just want to make note of that. Okay, we're moving on here to item number 25A and B. This is Director of Behavioral Health, Phoebe Bell. Presentation on activities of our Mental Health and Substance Use Disorder Advisory Board, and also acknowledging the Mental Health Awareness Month in Nevada County. With that, I'll turn it over to Phoebe.
Thanks so much, and good morning, Chair Bullock and members of the board. Phoebe Bell, Behavioral Health Director, here today with two items. First up, we have a presentation. This is an annual report from our Mental Health and Substance Use Advisory Board, which is an amazing group of volunteers doing great work, making sure that our community and key stakeholders have good understanding of and oversight of our behavioral health department in respect to providing information to you, the Board of Supervisors. So here today we have Ann Rarick, who is the chair of the board right now, and she's going to share a little bit about what the group's been doing.
Hi, thanks for having us today. I'm Ann Rarick, chair of the Mental Health and Substance Use Advisory Board for Nevada County. And here to just kind of give you some information about the board. Our roles and functions are actually mandated by the state of California, and all members are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. And our membership is comprised of at least 50% of consumers of the behavioral health system in Nevada County or family members. And so we need a minimum of 20% of consumers on the board. One member is from the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Hall is part of this advisory board. And we currently have 11 members, and we really strive to represent the diversity of the community. We have one member from Truckee, so I'm up in Truckee, so it kind of represent the eastern side of the county. And we really just want to also take the time today to appreciate the hard work of our members. They're all volunteers, and we're always looking for more if anyone's interested. And just to share some of our key accomplishments this year, we meet monthly, and our agenda is always very packed. We have a lot of good presentations from local nonprofits and county staff, some that we contract with through the Behavioral Health Department. And we invite guests to present so we can, get a broad perspective and educate the board members on key programs. And Some of our highlights this year is we help monitor the impact of payment reform, help support the Behavioral Health Department as it's managing significant system changes such as Care Court and the LPS law expansion, and had some really great presentations both internally and externally, and had the opportunity to give input on key program areas and budget decisions. So yeah, once again, just thanking all of the members of the Mental Health and Substance Use Advisory Board for their service. It's a super important role in ensuring the department is effective and responsive to community needs. So reach out if you're interested in joining. Anyone in the room?
Thanks so much, Anne. And again, we're really lucky to have such an engaged and involved board who really care about hearing from all different voices in the community about how we're doing as a behavioral health department and ways we can do better, and really bring great insight and advice to the department in terms of a broader stakeholder look at how services feel and are being accepted by the community. And that's a great transition into one of the programs that we've been looking at as a board, which we're really excited about, which is a new initiative that ties in incredibly well to Mental Health Awareness Month. So first, May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and the reason that month exists is really to bring a spotlight to the importance of all of us paying attention to our mental health. Our mental health matters, and we all need to take care of our own mental health. We all have challenges sometimes, and the ways that we are silent about mental health needs or even embarrassed by or hold stigma around mental health is really a detriment to our well-being and to our community's well-being. And the point of Mental Health Awareness Month is really to let us all know it's okay to reach out for help, it's okay to say you have challenges, and that there's lots of resources available. And so to that end, we've been working in a really great partnership, led really by public health as well as behavioral health, to roll out this new initiative around making mental health services and more accessible and to end some of the stigma around reaching out for mental health help. So I'm going to turn it over to Toby Gavon from the Public Health Department and Priya Cannell from the Behavioral Health Department.
Thank you, Phoebe. I'm Priya Cannell with Nevada County Behavioral Health Department. As Phoebe queued up, we, in alignment with Mental Health Month, Nevada County Behavioral Health and Nevada County Public Health, in collaboration with some community partners, recently launched a new countywide mental health and suicide prevention campaign that we're excited to talk to you about today, which is called Mental Health Matters Nevada County. Next slide, please. So the goals of this new local campaign are really to increase the overall awareness and discussion about mental health, to reduce stigma, and also to create a single location, which is the recently launched website, mentalhealthmattersnc.com or MHMNC.com, where Nevada County residents can both go to learn about mental health and suicide prevention and access related resources. There are various statewide initiatives, such as this around stigma reduction, but we felt it was really important to bring this close to home and provide something with a more local touch and more local resources that we could highlight through this campaign and this website. And I'm going to hand it over to Toby to talk a little bit more about this campaign.
Thanks so much, Priya. Toby Gavon, Program Manager with the Health and Wellness Division of Nevada County Public Health, and really excited to be here and really appreciate the partnership with behavioral health and community partners on this program. So some of the key components of Mental Health Matters Nevada County. As you saw on some of the previous pages, we have the name, the logo, and the branding. The name was very intentional in creating a broad campaign that really covers a broad range of issues along the continuum of mental health, including suicide prevention and other mental health support. We really wanted to create a welcoming and warm feeling, and we really feel like we were able to capture that with the campaign. Priya talked about mentalhealthmattersnc.com, which is a little long, so we created mhmnc.com as well for some of our materials, really focusing on outreach, education, and training. I know we have upcoming events. We were going to be at the Safety Carnival on May 4th. We have the Veterans event happening this weekend where we'll be sharing materials and information about mental health and suicide prevention. The Cherry Festival coming up in North San Juan as well. So really want to be out there engaging with the community, letting them know about these resources, and then also making sure that people understand what training is available for us. We at Public Health provide free suicide prevention training to anybody who's interested in doing that. And then collaboration and coalition were really key. We have had the Suicide Prevention Task Force for a long time within the county, and we're transitioning that under the umbrella of Mental Health Matters Nevada County to ensure that we're covering that continuum of mental health with our coalition efforts. That's for Western Nevada County, and then in Eastern Nevada County, there's the Tahoe Truckee Suicide Prevention Coalition, which we partner with really closely, and we're involved as we develop this campaign. Next slide, please. On the website, we were really intentional in how we developed that. We have crisis services, including in-person services, crisis lines, call, text, chat, and then crisis services for specific populations. We also wanted to demystify a little bit about how to get help, and so we have a section on getting help that helps you navigate the system depending on the type of insurance you have or your needs. And then we also generated some general resources as well. Next slide. And then here's just the homepage of the website. We're really proud of this and the way it developed. I just want to give a shout out to Charlie White, who's right there, who helped develop the campaign along with Corinna Mesqua in public health. She's leading a prevention group today at Silver Springs, so isn't able to be here, but really appreciate their partnership as well. And I just wanted to read a little bit from an email that we received the weekend after we launched the campaign. It was from a person who had reached out to us because they had lost their brother to suicide. The end of the email read, "During a suicide prevention event, I heard a speaker say that when someone turns to suicide, it's as if they have temporarily lost sight and hold of hope. I got chills. I feel like that resonated so much with my brother and others I had connected with over the years on this topic. If only people knew there was still hope or knew how to hold on to it a little tighter and a little longer." After reading about your department's efforts and visiting the new page, I feel like you are helping instill a little piece of hope back into the community and the lives that your work can touch. In every interaction I have with people, I try to help instill hope as well. It's easier than most people think. Sometimes all it takes is a smile. I can think of no better reflection of the work that we are trying to do as a community with Mental Health Matters Nevada County than the feedback on the campaign that this person shared. At its core, the campaign is about care and about hope. While we are creating the website, I joked that websites can't actually care, but if one could, this one would. Ultimately, we want people to feel, through the campaign and the website, the warmth of someone out there caring, and if nothing else, instilling a little bit of hope when someone in our community needs it.
Thanks for those beautiful words, Toby, and thanks, Priya. We're really excited about this effort. I think Toby said it as well as it can be said, but we want everyone in this community to know that we all have a part in taking care of each other and that collectively we all are here for each other. And this website really helps make that clear. It gives you those simple steps you can take to reach out, connect, care for each other, care for yourself, access the resources and services that are out there. And I think that's exactly what Mental Health Awareness Month is all about. And with that, hoping that the board will consider a motion to proclaim May to be Mental Health Awareness Month in Nevada County. Happy to answer any questions.
Nice, thank you so much for presenting all this. And it's pieces we hear about from time to time, but getting it all put together in one piece, in one place, one presentation is definitely good for us to see. I do have questions, but I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues for their questions first, and then we'll go to public comment. Does Supervisor Hall, I know you're on Substance Use Advisory Board, and maybe turn to you.
Yeah, I don't have any questions at this point. Obviously, I'll have some comments to make later, but just want to thank the advisory board for their great work, and thank you for your dedication and passion to put this together. This is going to be enlightening and very, very helpful for our community.
Thanks. Any other questions? No? Okay. No questions? Okay, awesome. We'll open up to public comment if we have any, and then we'll go back to the board. Any public comment on our either the first portion or the second portion in the proclamation of the Mental Health Awareness Month? No? Okay.
Chair, we do have one caller.
We do? Okay, thanks. Let's bring him in.
Thank you.
Matthew Coulter, Nevada County. Yes, a very important topic as I listen to the scanner for the police and the fire. There's many, many calls for mental health. Commend the NCSO for not shooting anyone recently, because what I'm hearing is positive results from the interactions that are taking place over the radio, which is live. And when I was in the office the other day, Heidi made a comment that said that everything on the scanner is negative, so that therefore she doesn't want to listen to it. I hear these success stories nonstop on a daily basis. One thing that does need help is the CSU. There's people that are escaped from there every day, including today, and they really need help with that situation, because that ties up a lot of police for a long time until they can find the person and get them back to the CSU at Sierra Nevada. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thanks for calling in, Matthew. Supervisor Hook, do you have comments for us?
I'll start. Well, thank you all for what you do. I'm impressed that you have a full board that works on these kinds of issues. I think it's huge. And I guess I just want to say to all of you, the compassion and that you provide to this community is just, and I catch myself not being quite as compassionate sometimes. I haven't, we deal with it in our family, and you find those days when you just want to pull your hair out. And you guys bring it all back to resolve, even for the folks that are dealing with it from the other side of it. And I just think you all have such a special job, and it's so much appreciated. And to watch you do this, and I think it's a great opportunity for us to really recognize Mental Health Month, because we all have issues. I mean, we all have a day where we have a moment, right? And that's what I just really want to, again, thank you, because it takes a special person to do the work that you all do and to come up with the ideas and be creative. I just looked at the website. It's incredible. Really, it's got all the things that you could want and you know what? Everybody has a phone these days, right? So right here is at the tip of your finger. So kudos to you for creating this, and let's really be aware this month, like every day, but May's a special month, and we'll support this. So thank you for bringing this today.
Yeah, repeat what Sue says. And it's so nice, to have these presentations, and Kobe, that was excellent report. I really appreciate the letter too. But it's amazing how much more detail goes into mental health and just how many fingers there are out there. Had the opportunity quite a few years ago now to sit on the mental health board, and I know the personal passion that goes into that board. And I can appreciate that maybe it doesn't feel like it, but we've made some tremendous strides since when I was on that board. It's almost like people now recognize what a huge issue this is. So it's a long way to say thank you. Thank you for all the work that you do out there.
Thanks. Supervisor Hall.
Yeah, just echoing what I already said, and I think this, I know we're going to be tracking what comes in. It would be very interesting to see if we get more people reaching out, because it's easier to reach out, and then to see what they're reaching out for, and then we can, respond with our programs in a better way. So I'm really excited to have this out there. I think there are lots of issues that aren't getting addressed because people just have struggle to find the resources, or they don't want to reach out, or they don't know who to talk to. And this is just going to be a huge leap forward for us. And then, to echo what you're saying, to make sure the public understands there should be no stigma with mental health issues. We all have them from time to time, and we all need to reach out and get the help that we need. And we're here, the county is here for you in any way we can. So thank you again for all your dedication putting this together.
I echo all the comments made by my colleagues. A few years ago, when I did the community leadership program through the county, the one area that I didn't have any experience in was either public health or behavioral health. And just in the 3 hours I think I spent with your departments, I learned so much about the work you do. Just like law enforcement, no day is the same. You deal with so many different issues, and creating programs like this is just for a rural community, I think, is just exceptional. from my perspective, every once in a while we'll get a call from a constituent. Having this dedicated number that we can give them, they don't have to go through a whole series of voicemails and people calling them back, but to actually have that resource at the fingertips where they can get immediate help is fantastic. So thanks for all the work that you're doing and continue to work, and the creativity that you put into bringing resources to our community is much appreciated.
Yeah, I think it's been said. I just had a couple of quick questions on the advisory board. Are there open spots still? Are you looking for additional members? I think there are.
Absolutely. We had somebody resign recently, and we were short a person to begin with, so we are definitely actively looking for recruits.
Yeah.
If anybody thinks they're interested, it's really a really wonderful way to participate in your community. You get to be exposed to a lot, learn a lot, meet some great people. We don't ask a lot of you other than your opinions and voice and interest.
Yeah, it was great. I attended one of the meetings, and the advocacy that was kind of relayed in that meeting from people who were caregivers to people in those conditions was really moving to me. I was like, okay, they're here making a positive change, not just sending in complaints, and it was really informative for me. I learned a tremendous amount. Yeah, and we'll always keep trying to promote that and get people to you to at least apply and get in there. And then just a quick, is pretty cool logo. Was it rebranded recently? Was the logo and stuff creation all new? It's awesome. Great work.
Excuse me. Yes. Yeah. It was all part of a process. We went through a process where we worked with Suicide Prevention Task Force and others to create the name, and then went through a branding process and developed the materials and things like that.
I think it's important, and just the stigma part, which comes up just in, I just think about like the last 10 years and how far we've come in destigmatizing mental health as a critical piece of our health overall, right? And it's like affects our physical health, affects our communities, affects our criminal justice system, and all these different things. It just like goes out into every possible spot. And I can't say enough about encouraging people to have like the courage to reach out, get help, get support. The county's there for you. There's other service providers too in our community, right? There's hospitals and nonprofits and faith-based organizations and friendship circles and support groups and exercise groups. And like, I really would encourage anybody just to reach out. Sometimes it feels like you're all alone, but you're just definitely not. And so that's one thing I want to mention. Then also our Heart of Gold teen therapy program is up and running and successful in Eastern County, and hopefully be more successful in the county as a whole, but it's really making great strides to provide no barrier therapy to people to support their teen mental wellness. And then we have the HOG ride, our bike race that comes up in October that we hope to, obviously raise funds for wellness and all those things that come with it. So we hope everybody will be a part. And I know, Toby, you were mentioning all these events that are coming up, and hopefully we'll promote that one as well to get people out here for that. I know you've been a huge supporter of that, and everybody has. So just a great thank you to all of you for doing it. And I'm really excited to make this proclamation. And the one question I had is please reach out to the board or the CEO, Allison Lehman, if there's additional support you need to further this mission, because I think you just have absolute unified support up here on the dais for whatever you need to make this absolutely totally successful here in Nevada County. Yeah, thanks again. Seeing no other comments, and I think we've had the board input, I would go ahead and entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thanks again. Nice work. We're going to take a short break, and then we're going to come back and hit item number 28. This is the lease between the United States Forest Service and Nevada County for a building site lease. We'll be right back. I'd like to let everybody know that our Granicus feed is temporarily down on the website, but you can still see the meeting online on YouTube. We're going to move on to item number 28. This is our Director of Facilities, Justin Drinkwater, and Matt Jedra from the United States Forest Service. Thanks for joining us today to talk about a 9.3-acre lease of Nevada County property leased to the United States Forest Service for a new office building. With that, I'll turn it over to Justin.
Thank you, Chair Bullock, Honorable Board. I'm Justin Drinkwater, your Facilities Director here at the county, joined with our Forest Service partners, as mentioned, Matthew Jedra, who's the acting Tahoe National Forest Supervisor at this time, and we also have Steve Monahan, the IGS Agency Director, in the background here. This relationship goes back many years. Steve has worked on this collaborative kind of vision for eventually partnership with the National Forest and facilitating their new headquarters. As many of you know, their facility is very old, outdated, and they've grown in their structure and in their operations here in this area. And so the need for a new building has been kind of on everybody's radar for probably at least a decade. We've been actively communicating and working under a collaborative MOU with the National Forest for about 3 years to really start to formalize this relationship. And we're here today to formally bring a long-term land lease for approval by the board. And we'd like to just give you a little bit more background and detail on this project. So here's some of the things that we'll talk about, just how we got to this place, why it's going where it's going, and what are some of the collaborative benefits to this. So we're looking at, and I'm going to actually skip over to this picture first. This is the parcel, a county parcel next to the existing juvenile hall facility. It's known by Kalele Court is the official street address. It's right off of Highway 49 there. And so that was one of the big requirements for the National Forest new headquarters, was to have proximity to the Highway 49, Highway 20 corridor. We want to be there available to the users of the forest and be able to come right off the highway. So knowing that, we've always seen this as an ideal collaboration to solidify our relationship, to have the Tahoe National Forest close by to our county facilities and have them within this kind of core corridor along the highway. It's a 9.3 acre parcel that has been annexed into the city of Nevada City. So we're in the process of going through the environmental studies and getting a use permit for then the National Forest to come in and build their building on this 9.3 acre site. I won't steal too much of their thunder and let them kind of talk about the building. But it is a 50-year land lease where the county has done a lot of the initial studies of the property. We're doing a timber harvest plan and all the other biological and environmental studies to make the site developable for this new headquarters. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to Matthew to kind of walk you through the building and some of the construction and development stages that they're at right now.
Thanks, Justin, and good morning, Chair Bullock and supervisors. So I can start off here a little bit about some of the background. You know, we are here to combine two of our offices, the Camptonville Ranger, or the Yuba River Ranger District out in Camptonville, and the supervisor's office here right on Coyote Street. So that was the original intent of this, to look at some of our long-term leases that we have with the supervisor's office and our Camptonville lease, and combine those into one facility. So we've been working on this for a number of years. And as of right now, We're looking at that 19,800 square foot facility. We are currently in the 65% design phase of getting this built with our A&E firm, and hoping for that 100% design phase as we get towards end of August. Our budget right now, our construction, we originally estimated this at just over $13 million before COVID. We essentially have gone up to plus $25 million just with the cost of construction and everything. So we are pursuing federal funding to be able to get this completed in a two-phased approach, beginning in fiscal 26, pursuing about $15 million, and then in fiscal 27, the additional 14 to 15 to complete construction and potentially a two-phase approach. And we still have on the plan here is a partner office that we work with Nevada County to have some offices for county employees, as well as the community center that you'll see up there on the slide on the upper right-hand side that is available for members of the public, for community engagements, et cetera. Next slide. So here we are looking at 35% design, completed that piece in June of 2023. And all along this design phase, we've been looking at the cost of construction because it has gone exponentially, as you're all aware. So we've been working to dial back the cost and the size of this facility, looking at most of our folks are telework sometimes, and some of them are remote, and some are in the office. So we're working on what that feasibility looks like for housing a number of staff. 65% design phase, as I said, we're looking at early May here. May 9th is what we propose. We're going to look towards the end of the month to have that 65% complete. 95 is there in July, and we're looking at 100% design phase of our facility towards the end of August. And then the review and value engineering towards September. And with that design phase comes in, right now we are submitting our plans to the county for what the color of the structure is going to be, what's the texture of the structure. So we're getting into real fine details of that exterior piece to submit to the county for approval. And as of right now, we're looking at solicitation for construction beginning in fiscal 25. We're hoping in about 12 months from now. Award that sometime in the fall of 25, infrastructure work beginning in 26, the vertical construction 27, and then hopefully in fiscal 27, which is, springtime of 2028 is when we'll plan on actually moving in. We're looking at a 12 to 18-month time frame for construction, given, everything goes well and we don't have any hiccups along the way. So our current lease at our facility at Coyote Street runs until September of 2028. We'll look at a potential, maybe a 6-month extension with our current lessee. But as of right now, you see here, submitting the application documents. We're still pending on that. And that's what we're hoping for the end of the month to submit those to the county, as well as the planning department. That's still TBD. Plan on having a community meeting as we go through this, just for public input, as we do anything that we build facilities on the federal facilities, as well as with the county. Then the environmental documents, completing them towards the end of August, beginning or end of August. I believe that was it. So overall, we're looking forward to this new facility, looking forward to partnering with Nevada County. This is an opportunity for a 50-year engagement on this facility, which is right across the street here. And I got to say, it's been a whirlwind from some years that we've been trying to get this facility completed, and funding and approval, leasing new facilities, et cetera. So we're looking forward to the partnership and with Nevada County. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. And Matt, welcome to your new role as interim forest supervisor, technically speaking. It's an opportunity to partnership, and I think the Forest Service has played such an integral role in our community for years and years on all kinds of levels. And it was timber for a long time, and now it's recreation, and more recreation and less timber, but in a lot of fuels too, which is our shared work together. So we appreciate you and your organization, and we're glad that you're here, part of our kind of government corridor that on the side here. So are there any questions from the board? Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Hall.
Thank you. Yeah, looks great. I'm glad to see this moving forward. I believe that's going to be in walking distance of Nevada City proper, right? And I think there's a path down there, is there?
I believe so. And we have also talked about interpretive center as well, and some hiking trails around there. Yep.
Great. So I just want to make sure, I think that you're working closely with the city, so that maybe the city council is getting a presentation like this, so they're aware of when the construction happens and what those impacts might be. And I'm happy to see you're going to have a community meeting, and I'm recommending that be down in Nevada City as well. It's just so close. It's a great opportunity actually for the Nevada City businesses and for the staff to go down for lunch. I'm going to make sure that they're really aware in the city of what's going on. So, okay, great, thank you.
Great.
Yeah, just in the part that there would be county offices within that facility, I mean, what is the purpose of that?
There's the community space, the meeting room. There has been discussion through some of the different designs that we potentially could have some a county department located there. That may not be feasible. It just kind of depends where they end up with their budget and the space. We never had an exact department that was, destined to be there, but we wanted to have at least the opportunity to locate a possible county office there if everything penciled out and worked.
There's no financial obligation on this, is that correct? This is Forest Service project.
Yep, Forest Service project, Forest Service funded project, yep.
Thank you.
Well, this is nice to see this move forward. I'm just curious too, so I would assume you're working with Caltrans in that with all the new 49 improvements that were to be made, so that kind of ties into each other possibly?
Yeah, there's a requirement for a potential widening in that section for a turnout lane along that section.
I would assume, like I said, because depending on, it's always an interesting thing now that they're looking at that corner for the courthouse as well, which is kind of interesting with the plans that are already in motion where that roundabout should even really be or how. So just curious.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be one thing I'd really, because that's moving ahead, that's moving forward.
Yeah, my questions were on the transportation mobility side too, just walkable, rideable, connected. It just makes such sense to connect all those dots, and I'm sure partners in Caltrans, and I've talked to Tricia numerous times about it too, so I mean, it's part of, NCTC's got it on their radar, we've got it on our radar, so everybody's talking about it, but it's definitely, when you start planning for the next, many number of years and having people work and live in there, it just seems logical so we can walk around and ride around. And, yeah. Allison, do you have comments for us?
I appreciate the board feedback, and we'll follow up to make sure we coordinate a presentation to the city council. And I think it also merits a follow-up meeting with city staff to talk about some of the issues raised about connectivity, walking path or trail path down to the downtown. So we'll follow up on those items.
Okay. And then one kind of off a little bit side tangent, but I'm not familiar with your lease obligations at the old facility, but it would be really cool if you could connect somebody from our county and just to understand like what's happening with that property. It's just really key, and I'm sure Nevada City would probably be in the same situation where that's just kind of an integral parcel, right there next to the fire station, and it's just really kind of key. So anyway, maybe some connection could be made there in the future, and maybe somebody's already planning about all that. I don't know if that's a plan that's out there.
I believe that's one of the parcels that is being considered for the courthouse.
Oh, it is? Okay.
But Steve Monahan, who is charged with looking at property, will follow up on that
Steve's
as well.
watching it. Okay, thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. And best of luck. Could you pull up the drawing just one more really quick? I just wanted to commend
You want to see the floor plan or the outside?
This is perfect. I just want to commend you for putting in a swimming pool. That just looks excellent. I'll be a part of it with you.
Yeah. Paddleboard.
That's what I thought. I was like, wow, that's.
And for the
really
record, that was a joke on behalf of Chair Bullock. There's no
I'm
swimming
making
pool.
a joke. That is officially a joke. So there is no swimming pool associated with the supervisor's office. Not this supervisor's either. I just made another misstep. The forest supervisor. Okay, thanks. So anything else? Any other public comment for us? Mr. Taylor.
Parcel 1 is owned by the county, and is Parcel 1 annexed to the county already? And if so, are you guys looking ahead to extending sewer and water so that it's accessible to that parcel as well down the road? That would be my question.
Yes, I can answer that. Yes, we are planning to be able to connect that other parcel to our lift station that we'll be building for the Forest Service, which then gets us to the city sewer over past the juvenile hall facility is where we meet up with the city sewer.
So this is a huge economic benefit to the county's future development of the other parcel.
Yeah, this has been a great opportunity to collaborate and kind of co-develop and make both of these parcels more usable.
Thank you for answering the question. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, great, thank you. Any callers on the line?
Yes, Chair, we have one caller.
Okay, can we bring them in, please?
Thank you.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. Matthew Coulter out here walking in Empire Mine Historic State Park. And as I've said before on that particular piece of property, I encourage you all to go out there and look at it before it gets bulldozed. It's a very, very unique piece of property with unique rock structures. And it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with the amount of rock on the property and where that's going to go to. As well as when I hear these huge multi-million-dollar projects happening, when we say, oh, we'll get to connectivity, oh, we'll think about that, oh, we'll do that, literally, quote, later, that is really, really messed up. This is the time that we make things connect. I've lived here well over 50 years. We've lost so much connectivity that we used to have on trails and being able to get away from cars. I have to walk along a 25-mile-an-hour stretch through the park that people are doing 50 on. So as far as connectivity and saving people's lives, now is the time to do it. Not down the road, not another plan, like the Pioneer Trail still disconnected. And that's been given to Tahoe National Forest to fix instead of Caltrans. It's just messed up that we're letting people bulldoze stuff and we're worrying about connectivity and accessibility at a later date. Right now, you can walk to the Tahoe National Forest office. When it gets put down there, you have to walk on 49. And then I hear you say you might put in a turn lane? This is insanity. Plain and simple. Look at all the people that are dying locally. So please consider connectivity as two bicycles approach me on the trail and the fact that you guys want recreation, you want connectivity. Now's the time to do it, not at a later date. Thank you.
Yeah, valid points. Thanks, Matthew. Yep, we definitely important. Any other comments for us in the board chambers? Nope, seeing none. Okay, great. Thanks. I'll entertain a motion to approve this item.
So moved.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thanks. Good luck with the building. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're going to jump over, if we can, to item number 37. This is another Director of Facilities item. Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Chair. And while we switch over, I just wanted to let the public and the board know that all of our live feeds are restored online.
Oh, thank you. Perfect, thanks. Okay, this is a resolution approving a professional services contract between the County of Nevada and ADT Commercial LLC for the Nevada County Security Cameras System Replacement Project in the amount of $600,000, $600,667 plus a 10% contingency. And this is a contract term for May 14th, 2024 through June 30th, 2029, authorizing the chair of the board to execute the contract and directing the auditor controller to amend the fiscal year 23-24 cap facilities budget, and a 4/5 affirmative vote is required for this item. With that, I'll turn it over to Justin to give us a brief presentation.
Thank you, Chair Bullock and Honorable Board. Again, Justin Drinkwater, Facilities Director. Thanks for this opportunity to move this item up and get the presentation to you now. This project has been on our capital facilities master plan list for a number of years. This project is a countywide security camera upgrade We've had multiple camera systems throughout the decades installed in various county facilities, and at this point, those systems have become towards their end of useful life, and it has become a challenge to manage multiple systems. The desire was to consolidate down to one security management, camera management program that everyone would be able to learn and understand and be able to effectively manage that resource. So we've been talking about this for a couple of years and gone through the competitive selection process by putting out an RFP, analyzing those proposals to come to select the best vendor that meets all of our standards and specifications for this project. We're utilizing ARPA funding and capital facilities funding for this project. Here's a little bit of the background in our video camera security policy that was introduced back in 2016. We have camera systems that were installed in various county facilities predating even that policy, into the early 2000s. Some of these systems have been in place. And as I mentioned, the challenge is keeping them updated, upgraded, and usable when there's a time and a need to pull video footage. Is that system even operable at that time, and who knows how to use it? Is one of the challenges that we've faced with the old systems. Here's just a kind of a layout of where we have cameras, the different facilities. Kind of gives you an idea. It's a fairly broad range, all the way down to, the Tin Lloyd Transit Center. Our operations center has a lot of cameras. This facility has a lot of cameras. All of our libraries and many of our other buildings. So, as I've mentioned, here are some of the current challenges, really with just maintenance, usability, and just the time spent on managing these old systems that are problematic has been the biggest challenge. So looking forward, we're here with this project to standardize all of our camera operation system. One of the things that we really wanted to highlight in this was going with a product that was not sole source or proprietary to one vendor. A lot of the systems, once you enter into that agreement, you're stuck with either that brand of camera or that interface program. And so one of the requirements was we wanted whatever system, the computer system that you interface with to look at the cameras will allow any camera to hook up to it. We didn't want to just have to walk away from all of our cameras that we've invested in. Some of them are still in good condition. Some of them are, in places that we don't want to have any interruption in service. So that was one of the biggest requirements, and that's where we feel like we've able to get with the vendor that we selected, ADT, is that we're able to use a lot of our existing cameras to integrate into this new platform. And here's kind of the timeline that we've been on. As I mentioned, we did go out to RFP back in 2023. We've gone through the selection process, and now we're here to bring the contract to the board for approval. And then implementation will happen upon approval into the fall, winter. So here's, as Chair Bullock mentioned in his reading of the item, the contract is with ADT Commercial LLC, who has offices in Sacramento and Reno, so they can cover our buildings with a really robust service contract. That was one of the other major, kind of hurdles that we've had with our existing system, is not having good vendor service. And that was a big key to awarding this contract going forward, is that we have very specific service intervals, service standards, and a guarantee that we'll have, trucks en route when we need them to work on our security system. So with that, I'll open it up for questions, and from there.
Thanks, Justin. I'll open it up. Lisa, do you have any questions?
No questions, just appreciate the work that you're doing on this. I think this security that cameras provide is extremely important, and I look at how many of those facilities are in my district, and I know that having the cameras there really helps law enforcement when they have issues of identification for people. So I'm glad to see that we're taking the step to do this.
Absolutely.
Great.
Yeah, can we go back to where the cameras are situated?
Yeah.
Is that the current array?
Yes.
Are you looking at
Yes, so the scope of this project is to replace the existing location. So as I mentioned, we may not be physically replacing all of these cameras in these locations. We may be reutilizing some of these cameras, but the interface, the program that we're have selected will integrate with either existing cameras or replacing some of those units at those buildings.
So I would just suggest that you relook at the placement. I mean, I'm looking at the Ops Center having 30. Crown Point, where we have behavioral health clients, has 1. And I'm wondering where, like, our new building down in the Brunswick Basin for our Community Resource Center isn't listed on here. And I feel
Correct,
like,
yeah. The initial phase of the project was to get all of our existing systems on the new platform, and then any future would be added to this new system. So we have plans to look at all the buildings. We have a lot of requests, as you mentioned.
Okay, yeah,
for
okay.
further-
I just want to make sure, yeah. And I mean, 30 seems like a lot for the Ops Center. I know it's large.
Yeah, it was a new building. That was what was specified when we put it in, just because of its large footprint and all the different rooms that are there.
Okay, I guess I remain concerned that there's only 1 at Crown Point and none yet at the Community Resource Center, and would like us to look at that as sooner rather than later, I suppose.
So Supervisor Hall, we're happy to bring an update on that to the facilities ad hoc.
Mm-hmm.
Everything comes back to facilities ad hoc. Ed?
Yeah, it's good to get this to this point. I know how much time you guys have spent on this. I probably should know this. Is there a centralized system with this, or is each building functioning as independent?
Each building will kind of have the system, the platform, lives on the cloud, lives at different buildings. It's capable to, be housed at a building. It can be housed in the cloud. So we have flexibility to whatever solution's best for that facility, we're able to implement the product.
Theoretically, though, you would have the ability to be in this office and be able to
log on and look at if you had
the Ops
access.
Center.
Yeah, the goal is to have, each office, each user group have, access to the video feeds that, serve their facility and give them the best benefit. But there's capabilities for, if there's a need for someone in this building to, monitor a site somewhere else, they'd be able to log in and see those feeds with permissions, yep.
Well, I repeat, it's good to have it get to this point, Justin. Good job.
Thank you.
I was looking to see that if it happens centralized, and you can look at it, because that makes sense to me. I was kind of surprised there's only 1 at the airport. Yeah, so it's kind of interesting to look at where they are placed, and so, yeah, very interesting. And they're the way, you need them. I like this whole idea of pulling together where they all are consistent.
I mean, that kind of represents how they've been implemented, just kind of piecemeal over the years. Some, a lot of times it started with, we just want 1 camera for this reason to watch. And the program's just kind of grown to where we need to get it all on the same program, and then we can build it out as need, as each individual work site demands needs.
Yeah, no, this sounds good.
Go ahead.
So you decide you need additional cameras. And what you're saying, any camera can fit into it. So you don't have to go to this vendor to get a camera. You will decide what camera.
Right. We have options with different camera vendors to integrate into this camera operation system.
What's a typical camera cost? Just ballpark.
A couple $1,000 is usually kind of the ballpark number. Once you purchase the camera, install it, set it up, it can be anywhere from $2,500 to $5,000. Just depends how close you are to the, the nodes. If a site has no cameras, then there's more.
So then you're able to take, say, cameras from the op center and move to Ground Point or the airport?
If there was a need to do that, we could.
But that's an option. That's
Yeah.
really, okay, this sounds real good. Thanks, Justin.
I was just going to mention this is part of a whole security protocol that the county has, and some of it is part of our purview and some of it's not. Some of it's just private. It's part of security that's associated with governments. And the cameras definitely are part of the enforcement activity, but they're really about behavior modification, right? They're meant to let people know that you're on camera and your behavior has to be commensurate with whatever you're there to do, if you're at a bus stop or behavioral health or whatever. So there's a lot more that goes into it than just these cameras, and we know your assessment's probably looking at a whole bunch of characteristics of that technical application that's not just in front of us on the numbers here. So I guess my question or my comment is really that you're looking at it comprehensively. It's part of a plan, and you may find that we need a bunch more cameras or some replacement cameras, or you may come back to us at a later time and say, we're all good, but that's going to come out of this assessment, I'm assuming.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, we're always kind of looking at our facilities and getting input from, our customers, our users of those facilities that, look, I can't see people in this area, the parking lot, or where, the concern with whatever's going on outside, and you're able to be on your computer and see what's going on and kind of have real-time information as it's happening. They're useful for, just monitoring weather. We can get on there and see that, there's storm damage or, snowstorms and things like that. So being able to just have eyes on the perimeter is where most of our cameras are. Some of them are in just entryways so that we can see who's, coming and going in our main buildings. It's very helpful.
Okay. Yeah, great. Oh, go ahead, Ed.
I assume the courthouse is not our responsibility?
No, they have their own access and security camera.
And is there any hope that there may be some compatibility there?
We're working more on the access control side of, and not necessarily, looking directly at more cameras that we manage at the courthouse.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Any public comment for us regarding? Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Quick question again. The contract, I think you said was $600,000 for 100+ cameras, and I think it sounds like there's going to be a need for adding more cameras, and I'm hopeful that the contract is already negotiated, the cost to add more cameras in the near future, so that it's not a $600,000 for 100 cameras, but $20,000 each for something that's unreasonable as maybe an investment. The company that's doing it, looking in the future, you're going to need more.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Great question. Yeah, we have the ability as we implement the system, get all of the replacement up and running, that we see that there's a need for one more camera here. We have that. To where we have the pricing kind of fixed in to where we can, give that customer an idea of what that would cost and see if the funding's there to further their system.
You have one more question.
Yeah, so just to clarify, you said this, multiple ways, I think. But, I mean, the way you presented it sounded like we're replacing old cameras and then we'll figure the rest out later. But what I want to know is, and I'm actually not sure I want to support something like this that isn't more comprehensive, that we're going to do an assessment. I hear Hardy saying we're doing an assessment to see which cameras need to be replaced, where we need new ones, assess the system that's recording and keeping whatever we're doing there, a full assessment, and then do whatever we need right away. That's what I would be looking for, not just we're replacing the existing ones and then we'll figure out the next thing and come back to you for that. Can you clarify that for me?
I think we have we know where a lot of camera expansion has been requested, or the departments have requested a desire to add cameras, multiple libraries, some of the public health facilities. So we have that information. We want to implement the new system with the existing before we add, but we already know where a lot of cameras could expand in a lot of our buildings going forward.
So you are saying that you're just replacing the existing cameras with this money.
Initially.
And then you're going to come back to us later for other money to look at where else you might need cameras or where there might be extra cameras?
We would work with the individual departments and the vendor and really narrow down where the new cameras would be needed, and have that built-in pricing already that the vendor's given us. We have locked-in pricing for, installation and camera purchases, so we can supply that to the customer, let them know what it's going to cost, and see if they want to move forward with implementing those newer cameras.
But that would be a
beyond
whole
what they
separate
have.
item.
Right, so Supervisor Hall, we've been, facilities is working closely with information systems, and we do have your CIO here, Landon Beard, who could speak a little bit more in terms of the process and the assessment that's being done and will be done.
Supervisors, Landon Beard, your CIO. We have been talking with facilities and with the CEO's office around future expansion around this platform. One of the key tenets of this platform was to establish a new baseline. So we have a system that is expandable, and as Justin mentioned, with pre-negotiated pricing for adding those cameras. The conversation around which cameras need to be added and where is ongoing, and working with the CEO's office to determine where best those need to be placed to expand the system for the security and safety of our facilities. So this is really just a foundation building event right now, with the ability then to grow it to meet the longer range needs of the organization. Does that help to,
Somewhat, I guess. I just have to express my ongoing frustration with, first it's been with our software and hardware where we do one thing and then it just builds and builds and builds, and I never get to see the whole picture before I have to vote on funding. And so I'm afraid I'm going to have to say, this feels too, maybe I just needed to have more briefings on it, but I need to start saying, no, I want to see the whole system before I'm going to agree to just replace a bunch of cameras, and then we're going to do an assessment. Even though you have some pricing negotiated in there, I understand that part. So.
Yeah, and if it's the direction of the board, we're happy to bring this back at a later date with, further plans or to brief board members in advance.
Thank you.
I just want to have clarification. So this isn't just about replacing the cameras. This is about bringing them all into one system where you can have a visual. So this is more about creating a hub where it's centralized. It's because a lot of these places all have their own little system that they have to regulate and monitor. So now you'll be able to monitor this from anywhere, correct? So it's really not just about the cameras, it's about the system. They were going to build the system, and then you'd build out from there. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was on the right page.
Chair Bullock, Steve Monahan, your Director of Information and General Services, and if I could provide a little more context. And what you just described, Supervisor Hook, is exactly what we're doing. So right now, we have 20 years of incremental growth of those individual systems. We probably have 20 plus individual standalone video systems in the county. So what this project is doing is taking all 20 of those systems away and bringing in one platform. So it's one platform from the vendor, ADT, lives up in the cloud, and the administrators of the system can access any camera from anywhere. So they can do it on their phone, they can do it from their desk. And that's been one of the challenge is we have these 20 different systems and we get a PRA for a piece of video and we can't get to it, the training, the support of these systems, and they're going out of support. So what this project does is puts in the baseline. So that's what Landon described. So it's one system, all 100 cameras are connected to a single system. And then that gives us the platform to then expand upon for the next 10 years. This contract has a 5-year maintenance contract in it. It's part of the price of it, using that one-time ARPA money to get that baseline in and give us 5 years of service and support on the platform. And then as departments voice their concern, they want to add some cameras, typically that's funded from from that department. If Crown Point wants more cameras, then those departments housed there would typically fund the expansion of that camera. So we wouldn't be coming back to the general fund for those types of expenditures. Looking at the Joseph Center, that would be a general fund. That's a shared building. We have a need to add more cameras there. But that'll come over time through the capital projects ad hoc and out of those buckets that are designated for IT or facilities, general fund designation. I hope that helps.
Any other questions from the board? Comments?
Chair, we do have one caller as well.
Okay, go ahead, Supervisor Hall. Caller, go ahead.
Okay, we'll take the caller. Thank you.
Yes, Matt. Can you hear me, Board of Supervisors?
Yep, we can hear you, Matthew.
All right. Yes, cameras. Behavior modification. It only is good as the person that is monitoring the camera and the enforcement that's going to go along with the camera. Now, the city of Grass Valley, for example, had cameras, withheld the information from me while I spent 4 months in jail unconvicted. So if we're going to have cameras everywhere, then the public needs to have access to the cameras in a reasonable manner. So you need to figure out how to redact the stuff you need to redact so it's not top secret and nobody can get to it, because a lot of stuff goes on in this town that's on camera that never sees the light of day. And that's why I'm out there doing what I do right now on an illegal operation right here, cutting out a complete owl habitat, nesting habitat in Grass Valley, California without a permit. Multiple trees. So the police show up, they don't do anything. So who's going to allow the people to monitor the monitors? That's my question. Who has access to this? Who's sitting behind a desk eating chips and watching the game? That's my question, so I'd like an answer, really. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Yeah, security protocol is part of all organizations, and we're doing a great job at it. Any other questions here? Go ahead, Supervisor Hall. Anything else? Okay, we're done. Okay, perfect. I'll entertain a motion.
I would move that we proceed and approve this.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
I'm going to vote no, but I want to make sure you understand that I support replacing all these. I just want a different way to approach this. Thanks.
District 5?
Yes. Motion passes. Thanks, Justin, for your help.
Thank you very much.
We're going to move on to board member announcements, and I'm going to start with anybody who'd like to raise their hand and jump in there, and if not, I'll start and give everybody time to get geared up. If everybody's laughing at me, we can do it later too. You go first? Okay, there we go. Willing participant. Thank you, Lisa.
List. So a couple weeks ago, I attended the new employee orientation, and it was very early in the morning, which is not my best time, but I'm really glad that I went. And after being there, I thought, I just need to go to this every time just to sit and listen to our new employees and who they are and why they're at the county. It was fascinating, and great job to HR for hiring such a great group of new people. I was really, really impressed with their stories, and I look forward to working with them and seeing them out in the field. So I will come back. I attended the ad hoc fire committee meeting a couple of weeks ago. We're continuing to work with Rough and Ready and Penn Valley and Consolidated on the fire consolidation. I have had several meetings with the Salvation Army. They're looking at potentially wanting to do something with their property up on Alta Street to further help in the community. So I'm helping them work through some issues. Last week, I did the Nevada County Media, did a community day, and I was the very last person. I think I was on at 6 o'clock, and I just did about 5 minutes on why I'm a supervisor, and it was great. I'm not sure how many people saw it, but I appreciate them bringing all the community members in and giving them 5 or 10 minutes to talk about the work that they do. I also met with some other fire agencies that are in my district, including the Ophir Fire District, who is experiencing some of the same issues that some of our other fire departments are, and trying to get ahead of what their future looks like, and it was really informative. Had an opportunity to sit down with Jeff Dulles last week to hear more about what he is doing with both the Youth Commission and with the CTE work that we're doing with the high school district. And I have another meeting, I think, next week with him to talk about some internship opportunities in the community. So really pleased to see the work that's being done to entice young people to learn more about businesses in our community and also about how local government works. Had a firsthand experience last week with one of our youth commissioners who was on the tour of Nevada County buses, and he's graduating this year. He's going to go to Sierra College. He wants to go to UC Davis, and he wants to be a land use planner. And I think maybe we'll get him back in Nevada County. So I think that's the whole purpose of doing these projects and partnering up with the local schools and local employers to give kids an opportunity to see what's possible in their hometown. Or if they decide not to come back, I said, go work in a big city first and then come back to Nevada County. And then I've been also working with code enforcement and law enforcement on some issues out in Cedar Ridge, and I just want to thank the staff. They've been extremely helpful with me to resolve some of the issues in some neighborhoods. And did attend the tour of Nevada County last week. I think once again the ERC just hit it out of the ballpark with the places that we toured. It was really fascinating, especially the tiny home builder and the yurt manufacturer. That was, for me, that was fascinating to see that how many of those that they sell and that people use them to actually live in. It was really cool. So thanks to them for putting that on. And then just a reminder, this Saturday is Armed Forces Day. It's going to be held up at the airport this year. I've seen some different promotional times, but my understanding is the ceremony is going to be from 10 to 12. But I believe it opens up earlier than that. In the airport, they're doing a fly-in, and there's going to be cars and planes for people to see, and I believe some entertainment and food trucks. It's just a whole day festival celebrating our armed services people in Nevada County. That's it.
Supervisor Hall, you want to go?
Yeah. Thanks. I think we have a couple of meetings to catch up on with all this. So, and I had a number of constituent meetings, and I've been to a number of events. I've also missed a few, like the tour, which I was really sad to do. But that's because I've been pretty involved with CSAC and NACO, so I'll just comment as briefly as I can. We attended the CSAC meeting in Sacramento a couple of weeks back, where I ran our Ag, Environment, Natural Resources Committee meeting, and we had a great conversation about biomass and fire insurance. And then this announcement was made that there might be coming forward soon a certification program for how we are to harden our homes that the insurance commissioner can then take to the insurance companies and suggest that they use this. And it would be joint agreement with CAL FIRE and everyone so that everyone would be on board. Haven't yet seen that come out, so I don't know where that is, but we'll be keeping an eye on that. Attended the Government Services Commission where they talked about state mandates. They had our state mandate panel give a presentation, which was fascinating. Lots of cascading issues coming out of that. Fortunately, our county council was there and was going to look into make sure we know exactly what's going on there and how that affects Nevada County. We had a lunch talk from Mike McGuire and Roberto Rivas, both leadership at the California State Legislature, and both of them emphasized strongly the issues that we here consider the most important: wildfire, fire insurance, broadband. So they both represent rural areas, and this is going to be a great opportunity, even with the budget issues that we're going to be seeing coming down from the state and cutbacks. We do have good champions there right now on rural issues. I'll just also announce, I don't think I announced this, that I've been appointed to lead the working group on fire insurance for CSAC under the aegis of the Ag and Natural Resource Committee. I've already worked with staff. We've already scheduled out one meeting a month for the next 8 or 9 months. We'll be looking at general principles for CSAC, but I've also requested that we come up with a set of action items to follow up and take to the legislature and Department of Insurance. So trying to move that ball forward. I did sit on a panel last week while I was at the NACO WIR conference that Dave Jones and Natural Resource Council put together for media. So they invited all the media to come and listen to the issues with the Becker bill, and what I was one of 2 local people talking about how the fire insurance crisis is affecting us on the ground. So I'm going to be spending a lot of my time getting that message out so they understand what it's doing to us, to homeowners and business owners. Then at the NACO Western Interregional Conference last week, I moderated a panel on outdoor recreation, which was the most positive thing I've been involved with in a few years, I have to say. Absolutely an emerging sector nationwide. Lots happening here in California. Lots of great models out there. So we're going in the right direction with our recreation master plan, and we have a lot of folks out there who can help us move that ball forward, who've already done the JPAs and those sorts of things where we can learn from their mistakes, from what works well. So I'm really excited about us engaging more in that sector. And I think I'll stop there. Thanks.
Well done. Ed?
Mine's pretty short. I attended a meeting actually with David West, and in anticipation of Congressman Kiley joining us, of which he did not, but his staff person did. And actually it was a good meeting. He was able to discuss some issues that he could use federally, but also the fact there was a gentleman there that really was speaking very highly of the veteran services here, and also the workforce, the Alliance for Workforce, who's connected right there in Brighton Green, and how much that they had done to improve his life. So I thought that was really great. Attended an ERC meeting, attended a second meeting I had with Dr. Neely, attended our ad hoc NORTEC meeting, and this committee was designed to look at reorganizing and eliminating to some degree our service members, our service like the Alliance for Workforce. In the process, we've basically decided, hey, we've brought our service providers together. I think it's more of a unity thing, but we're not going to restructure to the degree we had discussed originally. And I'm hoping that committee is going to bring a conclusion before the end of this year. And finally, like Lisa and I echo her, that the ERC did an excellent job on the tour of Nevada County. Very, very enjoyable. Thanks, Artie.
Supervisor Hook?
Okay, well, I could say, yeah, I would say that tour was fabulous. It was great. I was eye-opening. The tech center is what blew me away. So I'm looking forward to see how that continues to grow and what happens out there. That was just so interesting to me. So, and kudos to the work getting done up at the event center. That was it's moving right along there. That was exciting. So it was a really good tour. So ERC did a great job. Some other things, I had a RCRC ledge call. That was good, like back just kind of keeping up on what's going on with some of the bills that are coming out that have to do with water, cannabis, power, those kinds of things. I sit on especially for the Williamson Act, I sit on an ad hoc committee for that, and there was a lot of action going on that. We had a good conversation, and hopefully we got some change. We're waiting to see what the amendments were. We had a good meeting with staff and some of the agencies about our emergency access on Ponderosa and Mushroom, and what a challenge it's being from people damaging our equipment that's out there, and so and how we're going to move forward with that. Those are just really important emergency accesses for us for fire and any kind of emergency that would happen in those areas, and it's too bad that people can't follow the rules, right? So they may be putting people in jeopardy if we have to close those accesses off permanently. So we're going to do some more things. We're looking at cameras and some different ideas, and I think seriously, when people do that, it should be a big fine and they should have to pay.
Was there vandalism?
A lot of vandalism, yes. They cut the gates and go through. It's just been very challenging. And so we're working with emergency services too as well to put a different kind of gate in. I think there'll be some, and we'll do some more outreach to the community. I think, I've got some cannabis grows out there, and yeah, it's a shorter distance to some of those, but they're putting all their neighbors at risk. So if neighbors see that, I wish they'd turn them in too, because really they're putting those neighbors at risk in case of a fire. I had good meetings. I met with Sammy's friends. I met with Craig from OES as well as Fran out there. Went out to the Sammy's office out there. There's a lot of good stuff going on. There's a lot of miscommunications and different kinds of things going on in the community, but I'd just like to give a shout out. There's really some exciting moving forward in a positive way. And so I would just encourage people still to donate time. I know they were going to have a blanket drive. There's a lot of work and a lot of coordination going on with the county and the folks out there. And just really, change is always hard. We're always going to have growing pains and things that happen differently, but really the critters are what's a priority. And that's what they're doing, is keeping that a priority. So, Let's lift those folks up and give them encouragement and keep it moving in a forward motion. I had an interesting meeting with it's going to be like the county land trust. They're working on putting that into a 501c process, and that was really interesting just to see looking at different alternatives to housing, and we'll stay tuned for more information as that comes forward. I had a really great meeting with the Organic Waste Group, which was fun. So they're kind of like a little bit of an ad hoc built off of our solid waste. And really, really interesting and creative ideas at how we take care of our garbage. And what we do with how do we look, because instead of calling it garbage, we call it gold when we look at making compost and what the hoops are you have to jump through. But it was fun to sit with a group just to be creative and have ideas about what we could do and create economically valuable here in our own community, but still meet all these requirements of SB 1383 that are challenging for a rural community. So kudos to that. Debbie Gibbs, she put the meeting together, and there was at least 15 of us, and Carissa went with us, the analyst, and took notes, and there's a lot of passion in that group, a lot of creative ideas, so I really enjoyed that. Another fun thing we did that was exciting, but as well as really makes us want to be aware, is the Yuba cohort. They worked at organizing our safety video, and all the agencies came together. We met down at Highway 49, and they put a video series together because this year is going to be treacherous on the river. I mean, when we look at it, it was higher this year than it was last year at the same time. The water's moving quicker. It's cold. And it's freezing, and I think people need to be aware, especially as these temperatures get hot. I went down there over the weekend, and there were a lot of people down at the river. There was no parking left. There was a lot of people wandering, and just remember that river is, I say this all the time, she's beautiful, but she's a beast, and she's not forgiving. You make a mistake, and you are putting yourself, but also our first responders at risk. They did a really great example and training while we were there, did a river crossing in case there was an emergency out on the river, and we got to watch them on the rope lines. But I just think about every time they do, something could go wrong, right? So it's our responsibility as citizens to pay heed to the information that we're sending out. And remember, that river is cold right now. It's running incredibly fast, and it only takes a minute to make a mistake. So our team did a really good job organizing, and it was great to have all the different agencies. I think the Yuba cohort is one of the interesting groups that we work with so many different agencies that come together and have ideas about how to protect Yuba and how to protect the people. Wear your life jackets. There's just a lot of things. I look at what we've created with emergency call boxes and now the trail markings that we're going to do. There's been so many great programs that are being built out of the Yuba cohort. So excited, and I really love working with that group. Also had, I'm the new chair of the Emergency Services JPA. So we did a gender review and had a meeting last week. It was a really good meeting. And then Grass Valley hosted emergency services meeting and workshop at our hotel there at Gold Country, and it was really well attended and well received. So that was really great. And I had a lot of other little meetings in between that, but that's enough for today because I wasn't very organized and wrote it down. I apologize.
No, we got a lot out there. Thank you. A lot going on. I'm going to whiz through mine pretty quick. We had another planning session on our sustainability summit, which is going to occur at a date in the future, in September-ish. Looking forward to it again. I think this is the third annual, and yeah, it's really, really cool. It's turned into quite the policy summit for describing the condition we have, and then sustainability policy with all these different people and some great guest speakers. I went to the Community Corrections Partnership meeting, learned a lot there, and I plan on attending those more in the future because some of the justice-involved youth things really interest me. So I'm really excited about looking closely at that and working with our probation department. I did present at the National Outdoor Recreation Conference in South Lake Tahoe with Ellie Alano, our forest supervisor and the CEO of Vail Resorts, talking about how recreation affects small mountain town communities and what we can do to prevent the character and the quality of life from kind of permanently changing in those gateway communities, which in my district, Truckee, is certainly that type of community, and we've seen a lot of that impact. So it was really fun to get on the panel. Had a lot of policymakers there that asked really good questions and really meaningful questions. They weren't softballs. It was like tough stuff that got us thinking and talking about how to work better together. South Yuba cohort's a great example of how that works. Triple C meeting is a great example of how that works. I think we're already doing some of the things that other communities are really envious of. And then I met with Dr. Neely twice, talking about Partnership Health and some of the challenges we're facing there. I also have a meeting coming up with the CEO of Partnership Health, I think tomorrow. Had our THAC meeting, the Truckee Homeless Advisory Committee, which is a really big committee trying to find long-term solutions to homelessness in Eastern County. And then simultaneously, tactically, we're looking at how do we solve the warming shelter needs in Eastern County. So we're kind of already back in the planning stage for this year, with Jasmine Bros really leading the effort there, and she's just an incredible powerhouse of, she just gets stuff done up there. So just special thanks to Ryan and Jasmine for their support of the Eastern County warming shelter pieces. Had a meeting with NID and PG&E regarding the water situation, which I think is contributing to what you were describing, Sue, with the river being up a lot. It sounds like the update I got yesterday was looking pretty good. Like what we thought was going to happen is going to happen. Models are looking correct. The containment time for the affected area with the repairs is kind of within that window, and so kind of good news all around. It's not looking like it's any worse than what we thought a week ago or a week and a half ago. Multiple conversations about the Truckee Library, and I think we're going to have more items coming up for contribution both to the Placer County Board of Supervisors and the Nevada County Board of Supervisors here over the summer for the JPA, and really stuff that we've all already seen and approved, but just updates for our board. Continue to work with our partners at the Fire Safe Council in their effort to become a qualified vendor and get their organization in a place where they can be productive, both for the county and our constituents and all the people that they serve. Supervisor Schofield and I had a AQMD meeting, Air Quality Management District meeting, I believe. And then I as well went to CSAC, going to Military Appreciation Day on Saturday. It starts at 8 with a pancake breakfast.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I missed the pancake breakfast part. I just saw 8 to 4. So
Yeah. So pancake breakfast at 8, and if you like to get up early, go at 8 because that's when all the pilots fly in. So all the planes are going to be arriving one after another at 8 a.m. I'll be one of those planes. If you want to fly with me, go do whatever you do. You buy a ticket or something, and then I get to give you a ride. And it's going to be super fun, and it's going to be really safe. Budget ad hoc has been my focus for the last 3 weeks. It's every day, most all day. It's a great opportunity. I feel really honored to be a part of it and see how the budget is constructed. And then had a meeting on biomass, and then I had a really cool meeting with the Chamber of Commerce. It was hosted in Truckee about being a government official, and there were other elected officials there, and then it was kind of like how to run for office and how to serve if you're civic, of that inclination, you can learn how to be an elected official. So it was really interesting to get questions from people who have not been appointed or elected, and then what the answers to those questions may be. So I think some of them left going, I'm never going to do that. And other ones left like, I'm going to ask some more questions. But pretty cool. Really trying to get other people involved. Public services in need of people that care and want to do good work. So that's it for me. I think with that.
So I'm going to bring one
go
more
ahead.
thing up.
Yeah.
I forgot. So that's the bad thing when you don't make a list. So I just want to congratulate. It was really exciting. I got to go up to Sierra Family Health Center in North San Juan, and they had got a federal grant. And so we did groundbreaking up there, and so they're going to add on 10,000 square feet of the clinic up there. So it's really exciting. Yeah, so that was some really fun stuff I got to do. And then, of course, I was up there out there, I hope all your mothers had great Mother's Day, and I went up to the Scotch Broom Breakfast, and that was a lot of fun up in North San Juan. So, and then I want to give a shout out to Behavioral Health. Again, another one of the programs is some of the health vending machines that are going out. So North San Juan received one of those, and tonight they're having a ribbon cutting on that, and they're very excited. There's a lot of great work and energy going on to North San Juan Ridge in collaboration with our Behavioral Health, with the hospital. Lots of great things going on in that little community. So they put out a dinner there, which is very cool. They have, if you have EBT, you get your meal for free. And then if you don't, you can pay. They have these 2 amazing chefs that come to that little community center and do dinners on Tuesday night. So really cool opportunity. And last week they had 100 people there. Yeah, so I'm really excited tonight to help them celebrate that. And then, of course, I'm going to put a shout out Penn Valley. This is a busy weekend. We have Armed Forces Day is really exciting, rodeo, and the rodeo parade's on Saturday. So, and I heard they're selling tickets like crazy, almost sold out. So a lot of fun activities to do right here in our own community. And so I hope everybody comes out and enjoy that. But the community, the health center was really exciting to see that move. That's been in operation for over 42 years. So, and they just have such a special relationship with the folks that go there, and the work they're doing with behavioral health. And now they have they worked and put in the dentistry up there. So just a lot of good things going on. Yeah. So thanks for letting me add that.
Yeah, thanks for summarizing those community events. I'm glad you brought that up. With that, I think we're going to go into recess for lunch and go into closed session. I'll turn it over to our chief counsel to read us into closed session.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just want to correct or update SR 240857. It would now be classified as existing litigation, as we were just served yesterday. The county was just served yesterday with the writ petition for from Rise Grass Valley Incorporated to against the Board of Supervisors. And then there's 2 other existing litigation as stated in the agenda, Patty Ingram Spencer versus Natalie Adona in her ROV, Register of Voters capacity. And also we have I'm just not going to read the whole title, but the other existing litigation as stated. And then we have another matter, which is requesting a closed session as to whether litigation should be initiated by the county in one matter. Except that you're going to take any public comment before we go into closed session.
Thanks, Kit. Any public comment on the closed session items? Forgive me for bypassing that step, Mr. Taylor.
Was it after or before? So anyhow, thank you. You guys are going into closed session discussion. I didn't realize that they had actually notified you guys for litigation. My comment was going to be hopefully before they notify you guys of litigation. And I just wanted to encourage the board to look for alternatives now to negotiate a solution that doesn't need necessarily go into litigation. And I just wanted to point out, and I've pointed this out a few times, that I'm concerned that the county is in a vulnerable position with first giving a permit for exploratory drilling, then giving a permit for lowering the mine. Then the issues with hearing, with, and I don't get mad at me, but I think that there's some grounds for Heidi should have recused herself working for the state board until June of last year. And I think all of these issues are going to come up sooner or later. And again, my recommendation is to try to figure out a solution for how the county could move forward. Like, what are some of the things the county could do in moving forward? Could they offer the applicant a process for going again through the EIR to bring the EIR to a place of that it's something that the county staff themselves could advise the board to adopt? So I think trying to come up with solutions that keep us out of costly litigation and losses down the road. And I realize there's insurance to cover these losses. However, these could be some significant losses that could significantly increase the cost of the insurance down the road. So it's not like it's covered with insurance. Those costs go up. I'm not sure about the bonding part of it, but I guess I'm really encouraging looking for solutions to avoid litigation. And I mean, you guys could probably come up with lots behind the door, like where are the areas that how we can go back at this, look at it again, to bring the presentation back to the Planning Commission, and then again to the Planning Commission is also another area. There's a lot of vulnerability for litigation. I guess I'm asking to please look for solutions in your closed session and try to come up with ideas for mitigating it without having to go into litigation. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your comments. Anybody online calling in to comment on the closed session items?
No callers.
Okay. Seeing no additional public comment, we'll recess and be back at 1:30.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the code red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there. and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. And an evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do. And the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching the fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
from the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, you know, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang, picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you. Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy.
Welcome back to the afternoon session of the Nevada County Board of Supervisors meeting. We'll call this meeting back to order with the report out from our Chief Counsel on the closed session.
Thank you. Regarding to the 3 matters listed in the agenda related to existing litigation, information was provided to the board. And with regard to matter 240847, direction was given by the board.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 33, Acting Director of Public Works, Mr. George Shirk, is going to give us a presentation of the draft Nevada County Zero Emissions Vehicle Transition Plan, and I'm super stoked to hear this, George. Let's do it.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board. Yes, again, my name is George Shirk, Acting Public Works Director. Today, to my left, we have Chris White with Frontier Energy, our consultant, and to her left is Josh Holinsky, our Fleet Service Manager. Without further ado, I'll give it to Chris. She'll give you a nice presentation about our plan moving forward, and then we'll take questions afterwards. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you, Chair and Board and staff. I appreciate this opportunity to run through our draft plan for you today and to hear your comments and feedback on the plan. And we're going to spend the next 3 hours together as I read you. No, just kidding. So first, let me tell you a little bit about this team that we put together to work on the plan. This was funded by NCOs, by the COG, to benefit the citizens and residents, businesses, visitors of Nevada County. Our team includes Frontier Energy, my team. I'm the Director of Transportation. We've been working in advanced transportation for more than 20 years, and that includes fuel cells and battery electric vehicles and renewable natural gas and renewable fuels, and one day I hope flux capacitors and cars that run on banana peels. We are partnered with DKS, our longtime partner who does engineering analysis. Sugar Pine Engineering, a local company that knows your buildings inside and out and how renewable energy works in this county. And then Momentum, who is the writer of the plan. I will tell you that the final plan that you'll get in about 30 days or so will look a lot better than this Word document that you're looking at now. So let me run down the quick scope of work. We have done this similar work for counties and cities and private companies across the United States. We've come up with a pretty repeatable, reliable plan of looking at the vehicles you have today, how you fuel them, how you use them, where they go, what are the policies and practices that you have in place, and how do we take that and use our crystal ball and look 40 years in the future and say, this is how you're going to use them one day. This is where you're going to get your fuel. This is how you're going to get your fuel. This is how the whole plan puts together. Now, I got to tell you, we make a few assumptions. We assume that 20 years from now, you're still going to be removing snow from the roads. We assume that 20 years from now, you will still be buying your electricity from someplace else, not making it in your own backyard. We assume that you are still going to have power shutoffs. We assume that your county is going to grow and have more people and more vehicles and more services. We assume a lot of things, but we've also given you enough flexibility so that if in 25 years we are using banana peels for power, or we finally have our flying cars, that you can adapt in this plan and be ready for whatever brings you next. So first, let me tell you why we did this and why you should have some certainty. Zero-emission vehicles are coming. We are going to see it come in fits and starts. We're going to see a great big leap forward, then we're going to see a pullback, then we're going to see another leap forward. But the reason that we know that they are coming is we have regulations in the state of California, some that say thou shalt buy a zero-emission vehicle, others that say thou shalt sell a zero-emission vehicles. This push and pull creates certainty within vehicle manufacturers that there is a market. It also creates certainty within buyers that they will have that vehicles are coming. We had a new element added to that, and that's with the EPA tailpipe standards that came out this year. This starts in model year 2027, so vehicles, and they call it light-duty vehicles, but that's actually up through a heavy pickup truck in the world of EPA. So these vehicles will have to have cleaner and cleaner emissions, and most of the car builders, the auto builders, believe they're going to get there with a plug. So whether it's a plug-in hybrid or a fully battery electric vehicle, we're going to see a lot more vehicles coming onto the market within the next 2 years. But it's not enough for you all, and for us, to just say, whatever you have today, you're going to replace it with something with a plug or a fuel cell in the future. Instead, we look at this combination of strategies. The first strategy is, how can we right-size vehicles? That might be as simple as saying, instead of everybody having their own, we're going to put them in a pool and share them. Sometimes that is that we're using a vehicle that is bigger than what it needs to be or smaller than what it needs to be. I'm going to tell you some tales out of school because this is a different fleet that we're working with, not you all. As we're talking to the drivers are going, they gave us this van and I really don't like it. Can you get a Prius for us instead? That would be so much easier to drive. So we do a lot of that. We look at these things that we might be able to adjust and find a better size vehicle. We do what we call the ACF shuffle. ACF is the Advanced Clean Fleet Regulation. It is the one that says thou shalt buy zero-emission vehicles. Some of those vehicles won't be available when you need to buy them. So we look at what we can pull forward, what do we push back, how do we readjust things. I have to tell you guys and ladies, Josh has one of the best replacement plans of any fleet that we have ever worked with. And he has been wonderful in trying to figure out how we do this shuffle to buy the right vehicles at the right size at the right time. We also really look at how you can partner. We don't think that you should go it alone in building the infrastructure. You have cities here that need to build infrastructure. You have school districts, you have transit agencies, you have other private businesses that need to use this. And we really do look at coordination and how you're not going it alone. And finally is looking at incentives. We pay close attention to looking at grants, at funding, at ways that we can bring extra dollars in for this. But to be clear, a grant or an incentive is not a tree of money that grows outside your window and blows dollar bills in. It is work to get a grant, it is work to implement a grant, and grants have lots of strings and restrictions with them. So we really do like to look at how you can fund this yourself and then use a grant to shave off a little money off the top rather than relying on that grant as the sole source. So here's our plan. This is pretty simple. We looked at 4 phases. Your phases are pretty long. In fact, we're getting to your last electric vehicles in about 2050. Again, that thinking that you're still going to plow snow, we're still going to drive on roads, not have flying cars. First, we want to, right now, what we're doing today is working to get things started. That is getting Robin's zero-emission buses in order, helping with PG&E and getting the transformer in so we can power those buses. We've worked with Josh already on that shuffling of the vehicle purchases. We've been surveying employees. How many of them would charge at work? Where do they want to charge at work? Would they pay for fuel if they were charging here? And we've already brought PG&E in to start talking about upgrading your electrical capacity at a couple of the places where it's going to be a challenge. And we've got that all going. Then we want you to get ready. Start procuring ZEVs. Get some operational experience. Install the low-hanging fruit of charging stations where it really makes sense. We're going to talk about this budget bubble in a minute. And we're also looking at grid resiliency. And we've had a lot of conversation about how do we do that? If we have a lot of things running on batteries, how do we make sure that they run when your power is out for days without running a diesel generator? Get set. This is where we're going from getting ready to really building it up. And you're going to see this in our budget bubble as well. This is where a lot of it comes into play. And that's where we really want you to think about hydrogen as well. Hydrogen for Nevada County is a longer play. The companies that are building hydrogen stations are doing it on the freeway, not this far off the freeway. But we've got some irons in the fire there already, and we want to plan for that as being an eventuality and knowing that some of your bigger vehicles are going to run on hydrogen, and we may be able to make it at your wastewater treatment plants. But it's not the near-term play. And then when we get to about 2035, that's when most of your vehicles are electric or hydrogen, and you are off to the races, but you are also planning for the next change. What's the next big phase, or what's the next big thing we're going to do? We also think it's really important that you celebrate your win, and you sit back and you look and you experience quieter roads and cleaner vehicles and better air and lower operating costs, and congratulate yourselves for being among the first to do it in a really smart way. So now let's get into the nuts and bolts of this, a little bit of summary of each phase. We've put into here, and remember these phases, so we're talking about the number of vehicles that we're adding and the number of charging stations that we're adding in each phase. Now, when we talk about the charging stations that we're putting in, that means they're going to be operational by the end of that phase. So if we want something running by the end of 2029, we're going to start planning for it now. Because in some of these places, it will take us time to get PG&E to bring in what they need to do. So you will see that detailed in your plan. For every site, we've got a lot of information about where it should go, when do you get started, what do you need to add. And we're not going to go through all of that detail today. I do want to tell you light in my thing means cars and light pickup, like little Chevy Colorados. Medium and heavy duty is everything from like an F-350 all the way up to a great big semi. Those are the bigger trucks. Near the end of this phase 2 is when we'll start seeing off-road, near the end of the go is where we'll start seeing your construction equipment move over into zero emissions as well. That is a much longer play. Overall, you're going to have about 270 vehicles running on batteries or fuel cells, and you'll have about just slightly more than that plugs. And that's intentional because we want to give you some redundancy and resiliency and know if one place is out of power because the power shut off, they can go somewhere else. Or if a vehicle that usually operates in this part of the county needs to go to that part of the county, that there's a plug there as well. The plugs are also for employees. So that's a little bit of the reason that we're building more plugs than vehicles as well. So how do we look at the energy use? And this is really a big part of the calculation, and we call this a duty cycle. It is looking at how that vehicle is used during the day to figure out how much energy it's going to need. And part of that is the miles that it drives. We also add extra miles for just sitting and idling. That's really important when it's cold outside, when it's hot outside, and that truck is the place that the worker can get out of the storm. We have to add miles for payload, the amount of weight that it's carrying or towing, and then running some piece of accessory equipment. That could be a CCTV camera, that could be a light bar in a police vehicle, that could be a crane. Then we look at how much time do we have to refill that energy? That's the dwell time, the size of the battery in the vehicle, and where it's parked. You know, because if we have 6 vehicles and 4 plugs, that enters into our dwell time as well. And we use that to figure out how much energy each vehicle needs on its average day. Then we add a buffer for its worst case scenario day so that we have a little built in. That tells us how many charging stations and what type and how fast they need to operate. Then we go out and look at your facilities and say, can we do it? This is, of course, this picture, this facility. With Sugar Pine, we went around and analyzed every spot in the parking lot. We look at them not just for their ability to have the energy, but do you have enough space? Charging stations can take up some space, and we want to make sure cars can still back up if we're taking some buffer away from it. We've got to make sure that we have ADA accessibility, and that where we would run power and how we would run power, and are we going to allow some of this to be available to employees, and how about the public? Folks that are visiting the library, could they come over and use our charging stations? Yes, we want them to do that. But we figured out how much electric load we need to support that daily charging. Now, I want to be clear that a truck is a little bit different than a building. When the lights are on, the lights are on. But a charging station could be fully used and then not used at all. Fully used and not used at all. So we do some grid balancing in here too, and we assume that people are going to take turns. We assume that we are going to control the turns a little bit to make sure that you are never having a huge peak in electricity use and then having no electricity available at another time. But you will see in the draft plan that each one of the facilities, including the leased facilities where we know that we have a receptive landlord who can be helpful in putting in charging stations, have this level of analysis. Now, when you get ready to install charging stations, you'll need more than this. This will not get you a building permit. But this was enough for PG&E to let us know how much electricity we need to bring in from them and when they can do it. We also looked at what we call opportunity charging. This is the DC fast chargers that are located in kind of these far outposts or strategic locations to make sure that when vehicles get there, they can charge their batteries full, they can charge them fast, and that we wouldn't have anybody stranded when they are away from a home base. And we would supplement this, or we would encourage you to supplement this with DC fast charging for the public. And that may mean that you all build things that are publicly available at libraries, at community centers, or it may be that you use public charging that someone else builds. We also think that this opportunity charging, these are the places eventually you might swap out a DC fast charging station for a hydrogen station, or you might have something that's done together. So let's talk about what the county got from this. These are some screenshots from a dashboard that we build that shows this plan in a lot of detail. Uses Power BI. It is available to all county staff through a password-protected website. They will have it as long as they want it. And they can also come back and tell us, we've replaced a bunch of vehicles, update our dashboard, let us see what it looks like now. And so this is 3 screenshots of different parts of that dashboard that gives them a very detailed look at the implementation plan. We've also included all of these different screenshots in the report. I will tell you, your draft report is slightly different than the numbers that you're going to see on my screens here, because we have recalculated some math from the time that we printed that, but everything will jibe in our final report. This is kind of the high level of what it looks like. What we are talking about here to move to electric vehicles is going to cost you more up front. That's the vehicles and the infrastructure. It's going to cost you more up front, but you get a lot in operational savings. I do want to be clear that this vehicle CapEx, the cost to buy the vehicles, does not include gas vehicles that you will be buying during this period. So it will be EVs plus some gas vehicles. And I know that this is a big number. I want you to be aware that this big number is based upon what these vehicles cost today, and we assume some increase in gas vehicles for our baseline and some decrease in the EVs over time. But EV cars are kind of at cost parity now. We assume cost parity in 2030. EV trucks are a different story. EV trucks can be 4 times as much as an EV as a gas truck. And we have to assume that in the beginning. They are not going to reach cost parity for a while. And that's why some of this funding and financing is so important right now. It takes you a long time to get the OpEx savings from the CapEx investment. We also want you to be aware of this, what we call the bubble. This bubble for you all is about 2030. That is because we're doing that pushback, pull forward, the shuffling of vehicles. You're going to have some things that are all due for replacement at just about the same time. And that is creating this artificial bubble. We will need to come back in and reevaluate this in about 2028. We're going to have to look at vehicle usage. We need to look at the cars and trucks that you actually bought and figure this out, because this is not doable. This has to be flattened out. So here is the whole plan. What we're talking about, same thing I showed you earlier, but a little more detail on what we expect to happen during each phase. We do think that you need regular reevaluation points, and that's why that dashboard's there, to be able to reevaluate and see if we're doing it. But we also believe that you need milestones to look at and be able to say, yes, we're making progress. Yes, we're doing the right things. Yes, we're on track. This also assumes that things are going to stay the same they are today, too. We're not going to have another pandemic. We are not going to have another serious recession. And if we do have those things, then it needs earlier reevaluation than that. So I talked a little bit about the hydrogen option, and in full disclosure, I drive a fuel cell car. I'm a little partial, and I would love you all to have a hydrogen station here for me. But we really do see this as a longer-term option, and we're already working with the team and looking at ways that we might be able to use the wastewater treatment plant. Methane mitigation is a big one. Right now, you can use that methane for trucks, but that option's going to go away soon, and we want to make sure you're still mitigating the methane too, and this is definitely a possibility, longer-term possibility. We do not want you to build a hydrogen station. It costs too much money. So with that, I am happy to take your questions, clarify anything, celebrate you for taking this bold step and being ready to tackle your climate change.
Yeah, it's very exciting. Thank you. It was a great presentation. You obviously know you have the technical acumen in that area, so thanks. Any questions from the board members, specific or otherwise? I'm sure I have lots of comments, but go ahead.
I just the one, and this is probably not to you, Chris, but to George and others, is do we have a funding plan for all of this?
I'll speak to that briefly, then let Josh talk to it. No, at this point, we really don't have a plan, and like Chris was mentioning earlier, that grant, everybody's going to be going after these grants statewide, and then the federal grants will be going. There's several other states that are going to be vying for those federal dollars as well. So that's going to be a big challenge. There's going to be a lot of challenges, in this transition period over the next 25, 30 years. It's really going to be from the PG&E aspect of it to the funding aspect of it, and then to get the citizens on board to come along too. Some of those, I'm out in the field a lot, and I talk to a lot of citizens that are not, that they think it's a great idea, they just don't know how we're going to get there. So Josh, do you want to speak on that?
Yeah. So if I can echo on that, we have a plan for replacement. We have our current replacement plan, but the vehicles are more expensive. So we are going to have to reevaluate when we go to purchase vehicles. As far as the charging infrastructure, that's where the unfunded plan comes from, and we're going to seek grants and try to go for that funding portion to cover those costs.
Okay, so I'm on the budget subcommittee right now, and we're looking already at the things that are going to cost us a lot of money in the future. So this ought to be on our chart, right, Allison?
Yeah, Supervisor Hall, that's something that we could bring to budget subcommittee in terms of future planning initiatives.
Yeah, that'd be great, because I think, this is very exciting to see how well it's lined out, that you've got experience in how to make the transition. We're just going to have to figure out how to fund it, and we should probably start thinking about it today. So thank you for the great presentation.
You bet. And I have to say thank you for that question. And because we have a brief presentation here, I didn't want to exhaust you with the financial analysis. But the report also has some options for funding. So you don't have, most cities and counties like to self-fund and own it, but there are some options to that as well. There's doing what they call charging as a service, which is kind of like a triple P. You can do like a lease to own, where you're having another company build it for you and you're buying it back for them. So there are a lot of different ways of doing it, and it really depends upon your risk tolerance. So you will see exhaustive discussion of that in your report.
Any other questions from the board? I was just a couple for me, but the opportunity charging is fascinating. Just listening to a presentation at NACO about using opportunity charging to do economic enhancements of kind of underprivileged communities. And so you organize charging in areas where you want to see economic development, and it's a way to get people and cars parked in a certain area. In my neighborhood, like there's 150 Teslas and Rivians parked next to the coffee bar place, and so coffee bar is packed all the time because it's an electric charging place, and it's perfect. It's a compatible type of service provider, right? Like you're there for 20 minutes, charging coffee is 20 minutes. But anyway, I think there's something we could look at in the future about where do we see Nevada County going, and where do we want to put opportunity charging stations in, and where do we want to do economic development? Like there's a nexus there.
So I would love to talk to you about this. We have another project with SACOG, and unfortunately Nevada County is like this little carve out that's not quite in the project area. Yeah. But many of the lessons learned there will apply here as well. One of the things we're really fascinated with is how we can build that opportunity charging, but for trucks, as a business development zone for the same thing. We have so many cities that don't want the trucks there anymore, and they are rezoning their industrial areas into residential. But those are crucial businesses, and we want to retain those jobs and retain that opportunity. We also have so much agriculture up in this area. If we are thinking about, for instance, the wastewater treatment plant and where it is, if we build that in just the right location for the fleet, could that be shared with 3 transit agencies, 2 school districts, trucks that are moving goods? How does that become economic opportunity? And I agree with you on that. And I would love to explore that with you.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I know that Highway 80 has a great, Placer County's got a lot of opportunity because of the 80 corridor. But I think 20, just from driving it for my whole life, it just is packed all the time. It just kind of, I don't know where they're all going. I guess they're going from Heidi's, Nevada City and Grass Valley to Truckee or something, but it's just the road's packed all the time. So I think Highway 49 and 20 are starting to become really viable for places to do opportunity charging and look at that as well. So, and I think we have a role in that, right? Like we need to help you connect our communities from each district in to figure out where we can make it work. And then the other piece is Supervisor Schofield and I are on AQMD, and so I think there's also, we always talk about different pieces to reduce. We're never in an attainment area, right, because of the valley and how we get NOx and emissions coming up from the valley. So I think there's another opportunity there to cross other jurisdictions and bring funding sources. I guess my point is I would encourage staff to look at other, absolutely every opportunity to fund from other organizations like AQMDs and things of that nature. And then NCTC, huge role in trying to figure out how this is connected to the big funding opportunities. The EV thing is really exciting to me. It's also exciting to me to think about not using vehicles as much and trying to get on bicycles and walk between communities and businesses and trying to do the planning where we don't actually need a vehicle to get there. We could do it on an e-bike or walk. So just a part that when I read the final plan, and I will make comments on it, it'll be fun to look at it from that perspective.
We do love the idea of figuring out, am I going to say the word right, bright and green? Yes. That is an awesome opportunity to build a mobility hub.
Yeah.
Awesome place to bring all of those multi-modes together.
Yeah. Yeah, the town of Truckey's done really good. I'm sure you followed what their multimodal hub is, kind of installation that's occurring right now, but they've done really good in their transportation planning, and it's one of their big initiatives. Because they can't afford, that part of the county can't afford to go, we can't go any further with the roads we have. There's too many cars on them and you can't get around. So it's like, okay, now we have to. And so it's interesting to follow some of that.
We think, and you'll see this in the report too, the Veterans Hall is another great opportunity to build something different. It, however, doesn't have any parking lot lighting. And so some of these things, we really think about the safety of the drivers or the riders. And may surprise you all to know how many people get robbed at a gas station. You have probably been at a gas station and seen somebody getting robbed and not even known it. So it is a place that people are a target. And if you're there now for 20 minutes instead of 3 or 4 minutes, we've got to make sure that it's well lit, well supervised, very visible, to make sure that folks feel safe there, particularly people who are traditionally more vulnerable, old folks like me, women like me. So we want to make sure everybody feels safe when they're doing it. And we do look a lot at that. That's one of the reasons we like bright and green, brightly lit, highly visible, a lot of traffic. Veterans Hall, it's dark, it's behind the building, there's not a lot of visibility from a street. Could make people a target.
Yeah. Yeah, I never would have thought of that. I don't think about things like that. The other piece I was just going to mention, then I'll be quiet, but in the kind of cutting edge technologies in the aviation sector, we're starting to look much closer at hydrogen, less maybe at EV, because there's just not enough capacity. We can't get the distribution and transmission to get everything electrified, including entire facilities and communities and homes and businesses. Now we're throwing cars and then industrial cars and batteries. And there's just not enough. So hydrogen is really starting to, I'm hearing it more and more and more all the time about hydrogen. And so just encourage you to look closely, because the technology is almost moving faster than we can in the human experience of embracing EV. So I would just encourage you to look closely at hydrogen, because I think it's going to be a big player.
We do too, and we're very fortunate to have the DOE Hydrogen Hub funded in California, and with a goal of bringing down the cost of hydrogen to $3 a kilogram. If I were to explain it in the short terms, a kilogram of hydrogen is the equivalent energy of a gallon of gas. My car, my Clarity, gets about twice the mileage as a gallon of gas, so I get about 70 miles per kilogram of hydrogen. I paid $30 a kilogram for it right now. So we need the price to get closer to 3, and then it makes sense. And if the Hydrogen Hub, which is all about hydrogen production, can get us there, yes, you guys should do it, and yes, we should do it for planes. If it stays at 30, no way.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's the whole volumetric thing of storing it, and it's like the energy and the mass, and it doesn't weigh anything, but it's really hard to store. It's big, and yeah, you guys know all about that.
It's a big, fluffy molecule, yes.
Yes. Thanks. We'll go ahead and open up public comment. Would anybody have a public comment on our EV plan?
Al Wolf, District 1. By the way, I worked in the nuclear industry for 29 years. The cheapest source of hydrogen is from a reactor. And it depends what power level you're at. When I worked at Rancho Seco, we were gassing off hydrogen all the time because of disassociation of the water molecule within the reactor and the fuel lattice. So, I mean, there's a cheap source of hydrogen there. So, and it's gassed away. All the reactors in the United States gas off hydrogen through their waste gas system and their HEPA filters and so on. However, you talk about financing, Brightline, which I talked about this morning, Brightline is only getting $3 billion from the government in seed money. The rest of the $10 billion is coming from real estate development and commercial development at the station along the way. When I was in Japan with the Navy, I could get a shirt and a cup of tea at Shinjuku Station, which were 5 major rail lines coming in under Tokyo. And I saw a program the other day with a high-speed rail link between Kuala Lumpur and Bangkok built by the Chinese. They've commercialized every station, and that is the key to financing. And then we could spin off money for electric vehicles, because at the Brightline station, they do have charging for electric vehicles too. So that is the key, is the commercialization and real estate development. In fact, the real estate development in LA is coupled on to all their subway lines now. So that's the key, gentlemen and ladies. Thank you.
Great comments, Al. Thank you. No callers on the line there? No other additional comments? Any other board member comments? No? Okay. Thank you so much. I'll entertain a motion here from the board.
So moved.
Motion? And a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thanks. Great work. Keep up the good work. Look forward to seeing the final plan.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to item number 34. This is also George Shurik, Acting Director of Public Works. This is a resolution approving the Nevada County Transportation Commission's fiscal year 24-25 overall work program. And with that, I'll turn over to Mr. Patrick.
Did a quick change on you when you
Yeah.
were looking.
Switch seats there.
Again, my name is Pat Perkins. I'm a principal engineer here at Nevada County, and today we are here with Mike Woodman, who's the director at NCTC. And today we are looking to give you an update on the NCTC overall work program. Real briefly, the NCTC work program or overall work program addresses all the different projects that NCTC does, not only within the county of Nevada, but also in the cities, town of Truckee. NCTC is really one of our most critical partners. They work with us on everything from funding to construction to outlining projects, planning, and at this point I'd like to turn it over to Mike Woodman and let him introduce his program. Thank you.
Chair Bullock, fellow supervisors, Mike Woodman, Executive Director for the Nevada County Transportation Commission. Before I get into the presentation, just for the members of the audience that may not be familiar with the Nevada County Transportation Commission, or NCTC as we're known for short, we're the Regional Transportation Planning Agency for Nevada County, and the key function and roles are coordination of regional planning and administration of numerous state and federal transportation funding sources. That administration of the funding sources, some of those sources includes allocation to the jurisdictions within NCTC's boundary, which include City of Grass Valley, Nevada City, Town of Truckee, and of course the county. NCTC also serves as the Airport Land Use Commission for the 2 airports in the county, and in that capacity work to ensure that the potential land use development in the vicinity of the airports is appropriate and compatible with the key considerations of that being safety, noise impacts, and airport operations. So that's a little overview of NCTC and what we do in our role. Now to get into what we're planning to do for fiscal year 24-25. Next slide. So the Regional transportation planning agencies like NCTC are required by the state to annually prepare an overall work program. The overall work program describes the planning and fiscal administration activities that are going to be accomplished and details the budgeted revenue and expenditures for the fiscal year. Another key purpose is to ensure coordination with our local jurisdictions and also to provide transparency for members of the public for our upcoming planning activities and budget. Next slide. So the development of the work program essentially starts prior to the beginning of the federal fiscal year. Every year around February, NCTC staff begins to prepare the draft overall work program and reaches out to jurisdiction staff to see if there's any regional transportation planning needs that NCTC might be able to assist with during the fiscal year. And that is how we identified a funding source for the very study that you just had the presentation on. Based on that initial input, NCTC then prepares the draft overall work program, presents it to the Nevada County Transportation Commission in March, and then provides a draft to each of the jurisdictions and to Caltrans for the review and comments. Jurisdictions, per the planning memorandum with NCTC, are then requested to present the overall work program to their boards and councils for adoption by resolution. And NCTC staff then integrates any comments that were received in the final overall work program and presents it to NCTC at their May meeting, and then following that forwards the final overall work program to Caltrans for their final approval as well. NCTC is scheduled at their meeting tomorrow to adopt the final overall work program. Next slide. The overall work program includes an introduction. It talks about how it will address state and federal planning goals and policies. It also includes work elements and budget details. The different fiscal administration and planning activities are detailed in separate work elements, and they cover key activities related to typical ongoing fiscal and planning activities. Also includes carryover planning activities from the prior year, and then any new activities scheduled for the fiscal year. The work elements describe the projects, the tasks to be completed, and a summary of the budget information. This slide highlights those annual ongoing administrative and planning activities. Just highlight a couple of them. Of course, there's the fiscal administration, the accounting for the various revenue sources that NCTC administers, some of our ongoing transportation planning and coordination activities, transportation improvement program, monitoring the implementation of the state transportation improvement program funding and projects such as the improvements that we have programmed on State Route 49. Next slide. And then the overall work program also includes carryover planning studies from the previous fiscal year. Typically, transportation planning studies take about 1.5 years to complete. And the carryover planning studies included in the 24-25 overall work program include the ongoing update of the Regional Transportation Plan, which is our long-range 20-year transportation plan for the county, the update of the Eastern Nevada County Short-Range Transit Development Plan that will take a look at evaluating the existing transportation or public transit services in the town of Truckee and develop a 5-year blueprint for operations and capital replacements. The Nevada County Local Road Safety Plan will be getting underway in fiscal year 24-25. And then the Rural Induced Demand Study. This is a study that NCTC is managing on behalf of the Rural Counties Task Force. And for those that may not be familiar, the Rural Counties Task Force represents the 26 rural regional transportation planning agencies and serves as an advisory group to the California Transportation Commission. So this study will look to provide some information on what has predominantly been an urban predominant research on the topic of induced demand. If you add capacity, the phenomenon estimates that capacity will quickly be used. But certain factors have to be in place, and many of our rural highways, we don't have the severe congestion. Our improvements aren't necessarily congestion relief related, their safety, evacuation, and operations. So this study will provide some recommendations for state guidance. And then the Nevada County Zero Emission Vehicle Transition Plan that you just had the presentation on. Next slide. And then the new planning activities in the 24-25 overall work program include the Zion Street Mobility School Access Study. And this study will analyze ways to improve the multimodal mobility and safety, as well as access to the numerous schools in the Zion Street corridor between the Nevada City Ridge Road, Nevada City Highway intersection, and the Sacramento Street Bridge. And then the work element also includes, or one of our new studies is Rural Counties Task Force, not a study, but new work element, I should say, planning activity. Rural Counties Task Force Administration. NCTC's Deputy Executive Director, Aaron Hoyt, was nominated to serve as the chair of the Rural Counties Task Force. So he will be serving a 2-year term, and this work element includes his administrative activities in that role, as well as the budgets. Next slide. And so the overall work program includes a breakdown of the anticipated revenues and detailed expenditures to accomplish the different administrative and planning activities included in the work elements. And the fiscal year 24-25 budget is $2.3 million and includes $1.3 million of what is considered local funding and $1 million of state funding. And the planning activities and the studies included in the overall work program really are intended to help identify transportation improvements and solutions that can help address regional transportation needs, and then put the jurisdictions in a position to pursue and be successful in getting awards of state and federal funding. Next slide. And so for OWP approval process, the OWP is reviewed and adopted by the member jurisdictions. As I mentioned, it'll be adopted by NCTC at their meeting tomorrow and then submitted to Caltrans. And the plan, the overall work program, can be amended throughout the year should a need arise for a planning study or something that we didn't foresee. We can amend it, assuming we can find the funding to accomplish that. Next slide. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mike, thanks. I appreciate it. I'm always kind of fascinated by your work and then all the work that you do to study all these conditions every year. It turned over to Supervisor Schofield. You're on NCTC. And questions or?
Well, I really don't have any questions, Michael. Good report. I think we've heard it once.
Yeah, I would agree. And for a small team, I tell you, they do a really great job. And I appreciate that. I mean, we have a real voice in our super region, for one thing. I think that's really important. And when you look at other rural communities, like where we had to work to try and get our emergency access, really what we called on Highway 49, what a challenge. And you guys really worked through that process. And we're going to actually see some great changes. So I know this workload seems, there's a lot. And you guys have a small office, and I'd just like to say what a great team you have and how you guys function to really get things done here for our community.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. And the planning work and activities that we do really are not intended to sit on the shelf. They're intended to position the jurisdictions and also NCTC to securing funding. You mentioned the improvements on State Route 49 in the last 2 years. We were able to secure $58 million of funding and also kind of leveraging another roughly $130 million of Caltrans District 3 State Highway Operations Protection Program to finally move some of those critical improvements forward, as well as bringing in about $18 million in active transportation program grants. And that's one piece we included in the budget was some funding for the next active transportation program grant funding cycle to help bring on a consultant to help the jurisdictions prepare applications to make sure that we can try to get as much of that money as possible brought into the county.
Questions or comments? No? Okay. The vehicle safety, excuse me, the highway safety corridor study that was on your slide.
The local road safety plan?
Yeah, thank you. Does that exclude state highways?
Yes, it does.
It does. Okay, so that would be like our roads, county roads.
Yeah, that's focused on Nevada County roadways and actually positions the county to be eligible for a highway safety improvement program funding. That's a key funding source to improve some of the county roadways.
I think, we got a program grant like that before, right?
Yes, we have. We've gotten quite a few of the highway safety improvement programs, and actually we're going to get started on this local road safety plan. We actually got started on it yesterday, so originally we weren't going to kick off until November, but given some of the grants that are coming out, we're moving it up in the schedule, and so we're going to get started on it, like I said, as of yesterday.
I was trying to think, high friction surface treatment?
High friction surface treatment is one. We can also have things such as curve widening. It can be thermoplastic paint. There's a variety of different safety programs that we could do.
Thanks. My only comment is the same plug that you hear from me all the time about biking and walking and trying to prioritize those as elements, because we have other circles in recreation and conservation, sustainability, where they all kind of come back to transportation and infrastructure development. And so you talk in these other circles, and when we go to, if you lobby for these kinds of things at the state or fed level, all they tell you is like, it's got to be a nexus to conservation and sustainability. And so just really trying to think through that, and if there's anything we can do to help you create lift in those areas with our elected and appointed officials, please reach out to us so we can help you get money. Because there's different colors of money supporting transportation, as you know, and some of it comes from sustainability.
Yeah, definitely. And that's one project that may get added midway through the fiscal year. We're coordinating with the town of Truckee to see if the town moves forward with the update of the Truckee Trails and Bikeway Master Plan. If that does move forward, we intend to move the update of the Nevada County Active Transportation Plan that looks at ped bike improvements across the county to do those in coordination at the same time. So that may be one that we add in. And then anything at the county level that the supervisors can do to advocate at the state for additional funding for the state's active transportation program. That's the main funding source available for pedestrian and bicycle funds. For the town of Truckee, it's a little challenging in terms of meeting the disadvantaged communities definition. That's a key component of being competitive in that program. One thing in trying to address that in the update of the regional transportation plan, we're coming up with a regional definition of disadvantaged communities, which is allowed in the active transportation program. So we're hoping that maybe with that definition, it may make some projects within the town of Truckee more competitive in other areas of the county.
Well, yeah, earlier today, we had a public member call in and say, hey, looking at the forestry program down here, the new forestry, you guys have perhaps looked at this, but as Heidi had brought up also, now's the time to be looking for trails from that project into downtown Nevada City. And I know it would also connect up with the project, the Highway 49 project and the roundabouts out here. So just be aware of it, Michael, if you're not already.
Thank you.
Did I already call for public comment? Okay, let's do some public comment. Anybody like to have a public comment on the NCTC work plan? Seeing none, any callers on the line?
No callers, Chair.
Okay, great, thanks. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thanks a lot.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yep.
Thanks for having me.
Great work. Moving on to item number 35, and this is again Acting Director of Public Works, George Shurik. This is an ordinance repealing sections 16033030.4, 160370.1, and 160350.3, and adding sections 16034040.15, .080.3, .030.150, and .030151 of the Nevada County Code pertaining to the speed limits on Cement Hill, Mooney Flat, and Donner Pass Road. And I think this is more of a technical item since we already made the consideration for these changes at our last meeting. With that, we'll turn it over to Mr. Perkins.
Thank you very much. Third presentation of the day today. Sorry about that. You had to see me again. We are going to go forward, or what we're here to present to you today is an update on the speed zone study that we had presented back on April 9th. So we'll start into the presentation. What we're hoping to go over with you again today is just how we went about and established the speed limit on 3 different sections of road. Those would be Donner Pass Road, Mooney Flat, and Cement Hill. When we went through those original presentations a couple weeks back, the speed limit on Donner Pass Road was broken up into 3 different sections. Of those 3 sections, 2 were going to be reduced in speed limit from 35 down to 25. Mooney Flat, we had broken up into 2 sections, where one was going to remain at 45, the other bumps up to 50 miles an hour. Cement Hill Road was originally posted at 25, and that one was going to bump up to 30. So just as a recap of what we had presented to you back in April. Again, just as a background, the way the ordinances work for speed limits is that we make the original presentation to the board. It goes out to the public to allow them to have comments. Then we come back to you for a second reading, which is what we're doing today. Ideally, if everything goes well, we can get those approved today. Again, this is just a recap of some of the modifications that we had talked about. What I really wanted to show you on the slide was the different speeds that we had, and we talked about the 85th percentile when we were here last time, and just how important that 85th percentile is. When we set the speed limits, quite often we don't really have a lot of leeway as to the way we're going to set the speed limit. When we go out and we take the speed limit studies, if the 85th percentile is coming in at 42 miles an hour as an example, we're allowed to set that at 40, and then we can bump it down 5 miles an hour to 35. And that's really the only adjustments that we have, unless there is some sort of overriding consideration where, for instance, on Donner Pass Road, that we had a lot of public interaction, or we had a residential community or something of that nature. But really, we set all of these speed limits based on the 85th percentile. A lot of times we know that this isn't a popular decision, but especially when we need to raise them. We do what we can to try to set the speed limits as reasonable as we possibly can, but in the end, we are really bound by the California Vehicle Code. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Eli to talk a little bit more about the engineering and traffic studies.
Good afternoon, board. So just talking a little bit more about the engineering and traffic studies, kind of summarizing the process that goes into that. We take these speed studies for 3 to 5 days on a given section of road. That takes different speeds that the vehicles are traveling. It gives us our average daily traffic counts. And then we can take that data and plot it on a graph. This graph here is from Mooney Flat Road. What we can see from that is going to be our mean speed, or our average. It also shows us our 85th percentile speed, which is 1 standard deviation above the average. And then we take into consideration other items such as collision data, if it's a residential district, or if we have any other considerations such as sight distance and things like that. As you can see on this data set, we have a fairly good bell curve here, but it is leaning a little bit more towards the higher speed. It's not perfectly balanced, so that's one of those things we take into account when we're looking at this data. So Mooney Flat Road, this was studied in multiple sections because it is such a long stretch of road from Highway 20 out to Marina Drive. It was studied in our more populated area towards the center, and then also up in the section between Englebright Dam Road and Marina Drive. It currently is posted at 45 miles an hour. The data pulled from the second section, from Englebright Dam to Marina Drive, corresponds to that 45 mile an hour speed. However, the first section, which is pretty open, free-flowing, has very good sight distance out there. those speeds, the 85th percentile was coming in higher. So that one came in at 55 miles an hour. So what we do with that is we have to round to the nearest 5 mile an hour increment. We're already at 55 for that 85th, so we don't have to do any rounding. Then we can apply a 5 mile an hour reduction based on items that are not readily apparent to the drivers on the roadway. So out there we do have situations where we have cattle. There are a couple of school bus stops. And so we take those into account when we apply that 5 mile an hour reduction. This section does not apply for any further reductions under the CVC. It does not meet residential density. I studied numerous sections throughout here to determine if we could reach a residential density, but it does not come close, unfortunately. So with that, this section needs to be posted at 50 miles an hour per the CVC. I also took the time to go out there and have some discussion with residents. I was looking for ways that we could potentially improve the situation. We're going to implement some cattle signs. So we're going to have signs notifying drivers that there's going to be cattle. We're also going to put up some reflective tape on our poles with our advisory speeds to kind of help draw a little extra attention to those. Hey, slow down in these areas. Also looked at some various different places where the buses stop. I was actually there while school buses were dropping students off. So we're going to look at putting in some more bus stop signs, and then also some minor improvements on the sides of the road that we can do. A little bit of brushing to help with some sight distance at some driveways, as well as opening up some room for mailboxes, whether you're picking up your mail or it's the postman dropping off mail, just to kind of help out with that situation. Next one is Donner Pass Road. We talked about Donner Pass Road pretty heavily last time, so I'll just be brief. It was previously one section. We studied it in multiple locations. The area highlighted in blue qualifies for a reduction based on high bicycle and pedestrian traffic. So that one can be posted at 25 miles an hour. The section highlighted in green qualifies for a residential district. So that one will be posted at 25 miles an hour. And then the final section, the 85th percentile lines up with the currently posted 35 mile an hour speed. So we're retaining that speed there. And the final section is Cement Hill Road. This one is currently posted at 25 miles an hour. It was studied in multiple locations, and the data from both locations, as you can see, was at either end of the section, comes in pretty similar, and it is reflective that our 85th percentile there is 35 miles an hour. So what we'll do is we'll round that to 35, and then we'll do our 5 mile an hour reduction because Indian Flat Road and Wet Hill Road come in at some awkward angles to Cement Hill. So sight distance can be limited there, and that's something that someone traveling on Cement Hill Road wouldn't have readily apparent to them. So that one was reduced down to 30, which is as far as we can go. It's not eligible for any other reductions. So that will be a 5 mile an hour, a 5 mile an hour increase from what it currently is. And with that, I'll give it back to Mr. Perkins.
And again, I just want to reiterate that when we're setting these speed limit signs and the speeds that we're setting them on, we really don't have a lot of choice when it comes down to it. We have a couple of items where we can apply either a 5 mile reduction occasionally if it's in a residential zone, or there's some sort of special instances we can reduce them, but those are usually few and far between. So we really have to base everything on the California Vehicle Code. Mooney Flat is another really good example of this, where if we had the ability to reduce it further or leave it down at 45, we would, but legally we just don't. So I just want to let everybody know that when we're setting these codes, again, we are bound by law to do it this way. We've talked about the importance of the 85th percentile. The whole idea there is that 85% of the people are driving at a speed that is reasonable for them, that they feel safe that they're doing it, and by artificially setting a speed limit low, so instead of it being at 45, if we jumped it down to 30 arbitrarily, you'd end up with a lot of vehicles. Some are going too fast, some are going really slow, and then you end up with more rear-end accidents. So in addition to that, we don't have the enforcement, quite frankly, on all of our county roads that the police just aren't, there's not enough of them to go out on all the roads. So you need to set a speed limit that most people can reasonably comply with. Again, we've kind of talked through this as far as setting the 85th percentile. So in summary, what we're asking today is to set the speed limits as we had defined at our April 9th meeting. I'm happy to go over any discussions or questions that anybody might have at this point.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate the report in the second. This is the required second reading of the ordinance. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it very much, and I cared, and my community cares a lot about the Donner Pass Road piece. It's been an issue for a long, long time. So I recognize that what you've done, and I understand it all and walked through the process with you. So thank you. Any questions from the board? None? Go ahead, Sue.
No, and I appreciate you coming, because we've had a lot of comments from my folks on Mooney Flat. Like I said, I think this is a bit of a broken way we do this. I know it's not us, it's the state that has to come to. So, and I mean, I'm looking at how do we make a change in there. There should be some more flexibility. So I've reached out to NCTC and I've reached out to RCRC to look at how can we do a legislative change in this. So, because it's about the one place you can break the speed limit and get it changed to your advantage. It's a very weird process, if you ask me. And I would just say, just like blind driveways aren't taken into consideration, bus stops aren't taken into consideration, no shoulders. So it's really interesting. I think you guys do a fabulous job. And it's within our state law that we have to follow. So I do know there's some folks that have some public comment on this, and I appreciate you bringing it back, because we could have had this on consent, but it did give these folks some ability to do public comment, and I do appreciate that. And I really appreciate that you went out and did the extra mile on that. I think the signage will help a little bit, but usually people that speed. And but those kinds of things I think are going to be very helpful. I like the reflective signs up like that, and possibly the bus signs. I mean, when a bus stops, you're supposed to stop behind the bus. I mean, that's the case. And I do know there's a couple of places there where the mailboxes are like right on the road. I don't know how we change that kind of thing, but it's almost dangerous to go to your mailbox. So anyway, I've had some good conversations with the folks out there too, but thank you for doing that part. And then I guess, like I said, for me, the biggest part is to make a change legislatively to give counties a little bit of a different read on how you set the mileage limits. And again, you called it too. We only have so much law enforcement that can cover the 1,100 miles or whatever it is we have here, and that's a challenge. And they got to have a tool to enforce. And I thought that was interesting. If we have it set where it isn't meet a standard, it's not a tool for them. It's just a suggestion. So they don't really, if it's not set appropriately by that standard, it's not a tool. So I thought that was really interesting. I've learned a lot about this as well the last couple of weeks. So I appreciate the work you're doing, and I'll look forward to hearing public comment just so that they can, it's good to hear what they think, and I'm going to use some of their letters and stuff as we move forward and try to make some changes.
Sue, it's interesting you bring that up, because I kind of feel the same way, which is you have, legislative and judicial, and we're the legislative part, right? And so if we have community members who want to see something enacted in their community and the court or the judicial branch doesn't want to hold it up, then go talk to the judicial branch. And I'm not trying to deflect, but I'm saying that our job is to legislate on behalf of our community constituents. If I was up here and had my speed limits raised, I would be, we worked through the process and Donner Pass got reduced, but there's other ones that I voted against, like McCourtney, right? McCourtney came up and I was a no vote. I just said I'm not voting for it because I don't, if somebody wants to raise the speed limit and we raise the speed limit, then go talk to the judicial branch about that if you disagree with that, because we're at this branch of government, we're saying no more raised speed limits. That's just my personal take on it as one elected official, but I would totally support you in that, in working through that process to have more control from the legislative branch of that decision making.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Well, it's just like this one. I am all for Donner Pass. That is the greatest move for that. So, but I can't vote yes for yours and no for Mooney Flat. Mooney Flat during the recreation season is like a freeway out there, right?
Yeah.
And so that's a really interesting thing. So here we come as a bulk.
Well,
And so, but I'm just saying, so it's a really interesting process.
I think actually, I think you can. I think if you were to make a motion to support the ordinance passing and then bring one back, I think, I'm looking over at council, I think we can do that.
So go over the specifics of what you want to do. I'm just not sure that you.
We want to vote against the raising of the speed limit on her district and vote for the reduction of the one on mine.
So you're just separating out the actions.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
I mean, really don't even have the power to change it. I just want to go on record that I don't support it.
So there'd be two motions with separate actions.
Yeah.
Two
Yes.
motions, separate actions.
Correct.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Can we pause for a second?
Yeah. Don't want to throw a wrench at you, but it's important. Well,
So just maybe bring you into the conversation we're having. So, you're doing a first reading today, so you can give this is the second, but so you can't change at the second, sorry. Got very involved in what I'm doing over here. You can't change at a second reading. You could make the changes and have this basically as a first reading, but you still need a second, so you can't make changes after you've brought it forward.
So to be clear, you can't change the current action the way it's written. If the board wishes, you could redirect staff to come back for a first reading separating the two actions.
One thing I would like to point out is that if, as a board, it is decided that we are not going to support the speed limit on Mooney Flat, the increase of 5 miles an hour, that means that we don't have a speed limit out there, and so it reverts from 45 to 55 because there will be no speed limit out there, and there will be no enforcement at 45. So just please be aware of that.
that was made clear to me by the Highway Patrol, what you just described. They said the same thing on Donner Pass Road, which is also very troubling, but I understand it technically speaking.
Mr. Perkins, can you please inform the board if this was an item that we brought back for a first hearing, would that delayed action impact any program components?
If we brought this back, there shouldn't be any delays. Currently, the speed zone studies out there, if I'm not mistaken, are outdated at this point. So right now, the CHP does not have a way to enforce the speed limit on Mooney Flat. That's one of the reasons that we're coming forward with this. So if this were to pass today, we could enact or enable the 50-mile-an-hour speed limit. If you wanted us to come back, we would essentially come back with the same recommendation with Mooney Flat as a separate item. So we've got a couple different options. But again, if we choose not to enact the 50-mile-an-hour speed limit, then there will be no speed limit out there. It would be worse.
So really the job here is to change it at the state level.
Yes.
I mean, and that's the big thing. We don't want anything to slow Donner Pass down either.
And Donner Pass would also be delayed. So all Donner Pass and Cement would all be delayed.
Let's do public comment.
Okay, yeah, we'll go ahead and thank you for entertaining that discussion. I think what you're seeing is a lot of passion around these things that affect our community because it's public safety, and so I think that's where we're headed with all this. We don't mean to be disruptive, and we're not trying to push. We are trying to push the envelope, but we're doing it on behalf of the people that live on those streets, and so.
We certainly understand it, and
Okay.
having the discussions with the people that I have talked to out on particularly Mooney Flat recently, I get it. I wouldn't want people going that fast in front of my street. I understand their passion. I understand what they're saying. The things that we can do, while we might not be able to change the speed limit, what we can do is try to widen the road out a little bit. And so we've got that programmed for our 2025 road rehabilitation area to try to kick that shoulder over there, try to create a little bit more space for at least the bus stops where people are picking up their mail. As Eli had mentioned, that's something that we can do. We can work on clearing the brush to try to give more visibility around the corners. While we can't go clear everybody's driveway for sight distance, people that have the driveways there can clear theirs. We'll try to do some of ours, and maybe between us we can at least provide the safest access that we can. We've talked to the CHP. They're aware of the speed limit that's out there. We can post some of the flashing radar signs. There's little things we can do. But in the end, we're still really looking at the 50-mile-an-hour speed.
Yeah, and I had the same conversation, now I'm going to go to public comment, but I had the same exact conversation with Highway Patrol about enforcement activity, and that's a state agency. And so, you know, I would just welcome our community to reach out to your supervisor, who can reach out to our elected officials at the state level, or our partners at CHP, who have always been very helpful in doing enforcement activity, and that helps, right? Like, working with the enforcement piece can help. Public comment on the speed limit ordinance. If anybody has a public comment, please step up to the podium.
My name is Robert Bevatory, and I live in District 4. I've lived on Mooney Flat Road for 47 years, and I oppose the decision to increase the speed limit. My home is located in the middle of Mooney Flat Township, which is a half-mile stretch, only a half mile, which once had a hotel, a school, and a store. Within that half mile, there are 20 driveways, 2 school bus stops, and Smith Court and Lowe's Lane, as well as another road down the street. These details were not included in the April 9th speed limit change presentation. Instead, an aerial graphic map of Mooney Flat looked like an uninhabited road with no indication of an actual community of people. This half-mile section is the most densely populated area of Mooney Flat. We have clusters of mailboxes. Many of us must cross the road to get to. People must enter and exit their driveways. Children wait for the school buses and walk along the road. A lot of bicyclists, too, which we haven't talked about. An increase in speed will make all these activities more dangerous. We have no shoulders, no turnouts, the ditches are overgrown, the culverts are collapsing under the road. Pat Perkins of Public Works has communicated with us that those improvements will not begin until 2025. I don't believe an increase in the speed limit should even be considered until the improvements have been made. Will it requesting better signage, considering the bus stops, loose livestock, and blind driveways? It's a fact, as vehicle speed increases, so do the vehicles' stopping distances. Many factors were left out on April 9th. Speed limit change, these decisions should not solely rely on speed zone studies. Our community safety and road condition should have been considered as well. Raising speed limits on rural roads in small communities like Mooney Flat puts health and safety at risk, and we ask that you, the Nevada County Board of Supervisors, reconsider the decision to increase the speed limit, and please consider the safety of our Mooney Flat community. I realize it's sort of a done deal, but you say you can't do anything, but a vote no would do something in our favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug Vickery. I live on Mooney Flat Road, and I have driven the length of it weekly for 45 years. And if you're not going to enforce the speed limit, I don't see that it makes a whole lot of difference. But to increase the speed limit and change the signs sends the wrong message overall. People should go slower because of the animals, the bike, people ride bicycles and jog and walk, especially in this most congested part of the road. And the speed limit should not be raised. And we enjoy some of the most spectacular scenery in this county, in the whole world. And it's not, we're spoiled that way, but Mooney Flat is really a pretty road, and it's okay to not go faster. The time savings in the few places where you can go a little faster would amount to less than a minute in somebody's overall time. So it's not worth changing the signs, and I'm opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Supervisors, for your time. My name is Bonnie Hertline Sweatman. I live on the first stretch from Highway 20 to Englebright on Mooney Flat. I've been there for 13 years. I'm going in and out. Do I need to stand closer? With all due respect, it sounded like a lot of the data was incorrect. The first stretch is largely populated. I used to walk the roads daily there, and now it's too frightening, and I've seen way too many pets dead in the, on the side of the road, and wildlife as well. I live in the last house just before you cross the bridge over Deer Creek. And, so you guys were watching from the air, the speed, the traffic, the people that are going. I'm sorry, I'm trying not to be a raging female. And I've got all this emotion that's making it hard to speak. You probably have on record somewhere years of us requesting the speed limit be reduced because of the danger. It doesn't make sense to raise it because everybody is speeding when it's posted 45. So if they post at 50, they're going to be going 60. Myself, I have to come to almost a complete stop when I'm coming from Highway 20 to turn into my driveway because it's a blind curve coming towards me. I can't see the traffic that's coming down the hill. I have to stop and wait and then pull. And 9 times out of 10, there's somebody right on my tail because they want to go faster than 45. And I put it at 45 exactly, and I won't go any faster because I've even seen the most heartbreaking scene is walking down the street and seeing a young deer in the ditch, wide-eyed, and I walked over to it, and its guts were splayed out all over the ground, and it was like, what just happened to me? Please. It sounds like there's nothing we can do because this is number 2, but if there's anything you could do, or we could do, please let us know what the steps are we need to take. It doesn't seem like the state really much cares or knows about Mooney Flat because there's a 150-foot easement that was bought from what used to be part of my plot that the state bought, and I have in the 13.
Oh, your 3 minutes are up.
The public comment time is 3 minutes, but.
I've never seen anybody out there as a tinderbox. There's so much dead and dry trees, branches, that it's scary to live there.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else want to make public comment?
Hello, thank you all for taking the time to hear this, and thank you for taking the time to do the study.
Statistics are really useful, but it seems they kind of lack the human part from the animals, the amount of children that are walking on the roads. We have kids, and there's a lot of kids in the neighborhood, and it's sad to see how many kids stay inside and just play video games. And we don't have parks on Mooney Flat or near, but you can walk or ride a bike or skateboard to Lake Inglebright. You can walk, ride a bike to Black Swan Trail, which is a beautiful trail. And it's nice to see the kids out playing. I see kids on the roads often, and our kids skateboard, bike, play around. They skate in the middle of the bridge when they can because they can see both sides. We always tell them not to, but they're in the middle of the road. And, you know, I speed on Mooney Flat sometimes too without paying attention. I think that the point isn't enforcement, although not because I don't want a ticket, but because it's not a matter of enforcement, it's a matter of the signage. If it's saying 55, now everyone could go 55. If someone's going slower than 55, they may be like, why is this person going so slow? And so everyone else brought up great points, and I'm seeing the predicament as everything is lumped together. So if we don't vote yes, then the other speed limit changes won't happen. And then if we do say yes, Mooney Flat also changes. And then we're being told that if we don't, all of a sudden the speed limit is going to automatically go up. And I'm just looking up, what is it? California Transportation Code isn't you, and they can't force your vote. And I'm sorry to hear that you guys are being put into a corner. And I understand how difficult it is, but I think for those who are not in those communities, it's sad. It will be sad to hear a yes vote since it's not affecting you, and it will be sad to hear a no vote since it is affecting you. And so I think that the best way forward, if I may give my suggestion, is that everyone unanimously votes no. The California Transportation Code will go with what you were warned would happen, and these gentlemen might have to do more work, which I'm sorry for that you have to redo it. But there may be a way to put a motion in to where they can push things back to where the speed limit is not changed or the signage is not changed. And then these can be moved forward as separate motions, I guess. And I don't know how things work, but I appreciate you all taking the time. I appreciate you all doing the studies, and I appreciate you all taking the time to hear our public comment. And it seems like you understand the situation, and I
Thank you for the thoughtful comments.
So Hardy, just real quick though, Pat, explain what happens, explain where we're at again with that. So even if we separated out Mooney Flat, explain that process, because then it could make the speed limit go to 55 instead of, explain that part again, would you?
If we get a no vote today, we can go back and we can separate out Donner Pass from Cement Hill from Mooney Flat or some combination thereof. If we do that, then the second reading for instance Donner Pass and Cement Hill, we would come back to you in another 2 weeks, whatever, as soon as we can get on the board, so those would come separate. In the meantime, the speed limit at Mooney Flat would go from 45 to 55 is what's going to happen. We'll pull the speed signs down so there would be no 45-mile-an-hour signs up left anymore, so there would be no signs. Legally, that's what we're required to do. And so the speed, yes. So, and it reverts to 55 miles an hour, and that's what would happen.
The signs, just to clarify, the signs would be removed, but no other signs would go up.
Just the white and black speed limit signs. And I just want everybody to know that when
no, there would not be a 55 sign put up?
No.
Okay, thank you.
There would be no speed limit signs out there. When we did these studies, we did them multiple times when we went out to take a look at the speed limits. And quite honestly, although we're not allowed to cherry pick, quite frankly, what the speeds are what they are. The first speed zone studies that we got out there, the speeds were so high that I asked Eli, I said, this can't be right. Get rid of these, go back out, do it again. He went out and did it again. We looked at it, and then we came again to a third checkpoint, if you will, trying to come up with a way to break Mooney Flat into two parts. The speeds were, people are going 60 plus miles an hour out there, and Again, you can't cherry pick what the speeds are, but we can certainly do the speed zone study a couple of times just to ensure that we're getting the right data. We picked what we thought was the best data, which happened to be the lowest speeds that we had that were going on out there. If I can respond to one of the other items that was brought forward today, which is when we can get out and do the improvements that we can do, the speed limit signs, the reflectivity, the cattle signs, that's all stuff we can get done here in a couple of weeks. That's not a big deal. The trimming of the brush will be as soon as the road crew can get out there, but that would be done this year. The part that would be, I don't know if I'd use the word delayed, but pushed off until 2025 is the widening of the road. That widening is just a little bit more than our road crew typically does for projects like this. So what we're going to try to do is wrap that into our next year's road program where we can get out there and really do it right. Take care of the brush, take care of the widening of the ditches, get that stuff cleaned up, push those shoulders back. That's when we can really do the job the right way.
Thank you, Patrick. That gives a better explanation. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Ooh, that's kind of loud, sorry. My name is Erica Jordan. I'm actually a resident of Timbuktu. I do not live on Mooney Flat Road, but I do travel Mooney Flat Road. I have a lot of friends that have properties on Mooney Flat Road that are not here today. Tao Jensen, Alyssa Bradshaw, Mary and Tim Clark. I could speak for all three of them, including these 4 residents here. That's at least 7 people out of the 20 driveways that we speak of. I understand that there is some limitations now after coming to this meeting about what can be done and how it can be done. They've already touched on several points about the cows constantly being out. There's a lot of blind spots on that road where some areas, really it's more like 1 lane versus 2 lane. I know all about that because I live on a road very similar. All of the mailboxes along the side of the road, they have to stop and get their mail, all of the kids. Nobody has talked about any of the boats or trailers, and it's not just residents. There's a lot of people that come from out of town to go to the lake. They're trailering large vehicles. Their stop time is not the same as a vehicle, as a car, when you're trailering a large boat. None of that has also been said. There's no guardrails. There's certain areas over here where there's steep drop-offs and there's no guardrails, which I find kind of disturbing. A lot of the people that have problems with their driveways, like she was saying, there are mirrors out on the road to kind of help some of those houses. But whatever we have to do, even if it's removing those signs so we could revisit it at a later date, I think that's what the residents here are looking for. That's what I'm looking for to make my shopping trip to Holiday safe. I know that there are some permits that are in the works to have some sort of a vent location up there that's going to have music and alcohol. I think that has to be in a factor also with people coming from out of town and traveling to Highway 20 for that. I think if you're going to increase the speed anywhere, can we do it on Highway 20 and make it 65 miles per hour? I mean, that makes sense. There's constantly CHP on the stretch over there. Maybe CHP can go and sit on Mooney Flat Road and start writing tickets on Mooney Flat Road versus the highway. Just a thought. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your comments. Yeah, quickly recognizing that enforcement is definitely something that additional conversations will have to occur. Any more public comment here? Any comment online or on the phone?
No callers, Chair.
No, okay. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. I'll turn it back to you, Sue, if you think you want to change our course of action here today. I'd totally support that.
Yeah, this is the thing. I think what you have going in your district is very important. That's a whole different area. My concern is, back to this state regulation, I'm not so sure I feel like the idea is to not have any speed limit sign there. And then they would go to 55. And actually, when there's no speed limit, 55 turns into 60 and other speed limits. I'm a little concerned about that. So what I'm looking at is, one, I want to continue working on this through with NCTC and also with RCRC to make a change in how we do this. I mean, I know that doesn't take, that can't happen right now, but that doesn't mean then we can't go back and revisit this. Am I not mistaken? If we could get it changed, we could go back and go back to our 45. So I think the work has to be done at a higher level to really make the change and make it work. Like I said, my big concern is to say no all the way is going to move it to a 55 mile an hour, and I think that's even worse. So I know. So if there's no posting, you can go as fast as you want to train. They do that, especially when boating season gets started, and that would be a good place to start with that. I'm just saying I'm willing to go talk with them about that. And then the other thing would be, I love the idea of doing the work out there on the road. I mean, next year, if we could widen those and make some pullouts, that's a fantastic idea. And then I think the signs and the signage will be huge for right now. I'm torn. I get it. I don't think 55, giving people free rein is a good idea either. I'd probably like to see the High Patrol come and give me some support in that area. So thank you very much for the work you guys did, and thanks for bringing this back. Like I said, this usually comes on consent, and it was just an opportunity. I appreciate all of you that came and spoke today. I had numerous phone calls. I know you in the department also had numerous phone calls, and it sounds like you went out and visited with some folks too, so I think that's important. We're listening. I think that's the important part. So to me, the change has to be made at the state level. And that doesn't mean that we can't do that or try.
One thing I would offer that we haven't really talked about yet is, depending on how the vote goes here in the next few minutes, we can't always go back out and reshoot this. So whatever decision we come to today, if we do decide to move forward and raise the speed limit by 5 miles an hour, we can also go back out in the fall, test it again. We can go back out again next spring. There's no limit as to how often we can reasonably go out and test roads, just to make sure that we haven't missed something somewhere. We can't do it every day, but we can certainly do it more frequently. We don't want to do it every 5 years. And quite honestly, one of the reasons that the speed limit has expired, if you will, on this, and we haven't done the speed limit study out on Mooney Flat, was because we knew what was going to happen. We knew that as soon as we went out there, the speed limit was going to go up, and we knew that was going to be unpopular. As designers, engineers, residents of the county, we don't really want to see this go up either. That's not what we want. And when we get requests for speed limit studies, a lot of times we try to talk to folks and say, look, if you send us out there, keep in mind that this is going to go up. So we waited as long as we possibly could before we took these tests.
Yeah, thanks, and I appreciate that, because we had that happen on Spencerville Road, and our speed limit went up. We asked for it to be tested, and it went up. So I just want to thank you for that. So we could readdress this again at a later date, and possibly we can get somebody to trail this off on a trailer bill and change it.
Well, just a comment, this is really a difficult decision, and you're right, we don't live on Mooney Flat Road. However, I live on Norleen Drive in Alta Sierra. I have as many driveways, I have a golf course over here with a straightaway, and I don't get 60 miles, that's really, really fast, but I get 50s. And I'm on a curve where my neighbor gets the repercussions with mailboxes down into a rock wall, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't get to 60, but Magnolia Road in South County does. McCourtney Road. I've been on McCourtney at night driving 50 and people passing me on McCourtney. So the frustrating thing to me is, and gentlemen, you mentioned it, if nobody's going to enforce it, it doesn't matter what the speed limit is. And I know that with CHP, they're so limited, it's very difficult, but you push them. You're liable to get somebody out there. One car out there will do a lot for just a short time. But I think at one point, the freeway here was that was real unclear, and so it wasn't clear what the speed limit on the freeway was. So they simply didn't enforce it. You just went as fast as you wanted to go. Fortunately, they got it down to 60 miles an hour instead of 65, which would be typical on that road. But I just want to say it's such a frustrating thing. I've got neighbors that won't talk to me because of speed limits and speed controls. We ought to be able to do something about it. But call CHP. You really need to. They will come out if you push them enough, I think, especially on with the recreation area there. I think the event thing has dropped away at this point, but that is a possibility. But anyways, that's my comments. Frustrating.
Yeah, thanks everybody. I'm going to close the dialogue on this, and I think unless there's any other board member comments. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I would make that motion. Very sympathetic with what the neighbors are going through, but I know Supervisor Hook, this is on her radar screen, and she will do all those things that she said she's going to do, and your neighborhood will get a lot of attention because of this. So with that, I make the motion for approval.
I'll second it.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yep.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes. Motion passes, and again, we appreciate your comments, and there's more to do on the enforcement side, so we'll start on that. With that, we're going to take just a very brief 2-minute break, and then we'll come right back. Yeah, thanks. We're going to move on to item number 36. Our Director of Environmental Health, Amy Arani, is going to talk to us about the resolution authorizing the execution of AB 178, the Local Government Microenterprise Home Kitchen Operation Assistance Program Grant with the California Conference of Directors of Environmental Health for the period from May 15, 2024 through May 31, 2025, and the amount of $50,000. And authorizing the Director of the Environmental Health to execute the necessary documents. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Arani.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Supervisors. Thank you very much. And the item before you, as you mentioned, this afternoon is a grant-funded opportunity for the Environmental Health Department. And the grant is specifically for micro-enterprise home kitchen operations, or as we love our acronyms, MECO.
Sorry, Chair Bullock, if I could, just for a moment, we do need to state for the record that Supervisor Swarhout is no longer in the meeting.
Thank you for mentioning that. Excuse the interruption. Thank you.
No worries. So just briefly for you, what are micro-enterprise home kitchens? They're basically, when you think about it, it's essentially a mini restaurant. It is an individual out of an apartment or their home that can do full-on meal prep, and it can be consumed on site at their home. It can be taken to go or even delivered. And just as a notation for you, this particular MECO program, which is essentially a new restaurant program within the California Food Code, was introduced in 2019. The code was amended to include MECOs, and since 2019, of our 58 EH counties and 4 EH cities, 9 of those jurisdictions have opted in for the MECO program. So it's been a few years, but we do have some that have opted in. Whoops. Okay, so a little bit of more information for you just briefly on MECOs. Like I said, they operate out of their own apartment or home. They can do up to 90 meals a week, okay? And they have to sell directly to consumer. The other caveat is the meals have to be made same day and served same day. They're less restricted as a cottage food operator because they can do the full prep. Cottage food right now has a limited food items they can prep. However, they can't have a MECO license and a cottage food license, and they can't go to temporary events. They cannot be a caterer or have this product as a mobile food product, strictly out of the home. This MECO does require our board to approve an ordinance to put into play, and it also does not have heavy burdens with zoning, so they don't have a lot of restrictions as far as zoning. All right, so what does this look like? The MECO grant is designed to support environmental health jurisdictions to research and look into MECOs and what does a program look like. So the funding will be used to support EH staff over the next year to form stakeholder meetings, get surveys out. I'm using different models from other agencies, how they did a lot of outreach and gathered information. And then my plan is to also then do a draft ordinance, compile a program, what it would look like, what kind of permitting, what are the fees going to look like, and then also what would enforcement look like, and do that in coordination with public health. Just want to reemphasize, because we get this grant, it does not mean Nevada County has to implement the program. Okay, the funding is just to help support the research. And then just giving you an example of timelines. So upon implementation, should the board grant the acceptance, we would start our public outreach, collecting data, again, using those models from our other counties that are active. And then from February to May, working on compiling all of that data for you in a comprehensive report to bring back to the board, come up with an ordinance, a draft ordinance for review, and then report to you all for your final decision and review on the program. And so with that, really short and sweet on the grant program, we are recommending that the board approve for the Environmental Health Department to accept the funding. And I am here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I don't have any questions. Supervisor Hook, I know you talked about this a little bit at the workshop. I'd like to turn it over to you.
Yeah, thanks. And Amy, thanks for applying for, or I hope we do apply for this grant. We can receive it. There's some funding out there right now. Lauren, I think she spoke early out of order in regular public comment about the work that's being done. Because right now there's some money that actually helps people come into compliance and do this. There's about 350 Mako kitchens that are actually working right now in the States. And I think the interesting part too, especially in Riverside and San Diego, they haven't had any foodborne illness, no real issues. They're at a 98 point something, because they had one call for a code that was unresolved. It ended up not being an issue. So they're having good luck. Those are big areas. I think it's something that can benefit our little community because we have folks working, and this would give them I'm looking for that avenue to become compliant so that people aren't doing things behind closed doors. I think it'd be better if we knew what they were doing so that, well, it keeps us a safer environment, plus it keeps some people home working with their children or whatever they need to do. I think we get to devise our own plan. So some of the MECOs don't have a very evolved inspection program. I mean, we can do different things with our program. It doesn't have to match everybody else's. But then there's some that are written that probably I know Amy will do a great job looking at. So we don't have to rewrite or fix something that's not already broke. There's a lot of public health officers on board with this now, so I think it's the perfect opportunity and time. I don't think we were ready in 2019.
Yeah.
It's good to let somebody else step out and do some of the hard work, especially in a bigger area. I mean, San Diego is just newer. That's only been, I think, only 2 years.
Correct.
So I know you guys got a lot going on, and I really appreciate you even taking this step forward to do the research. So tell your staff and everybody thank you too. And I mean, I don't know, eventually that's something we'll have to look at if it's going to take more staff or how we're going to implement this and make it work when we get to that point. So, but right now this is just a grant that we could use to do that research, and that will help with that. So thank you, Amy.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Good. No.
Just a couple of questions, thanks. I mean, so as far as we know, there are people out there already doing this in the county, and they want to. We know there's interest in that. Would you say that's true? Okay.
I think that's a great question, Supervisor Hall. The Environmental Health Department does have knowledge of individuals that are already preparing full meals in their homes and without a permit. We have chosen not to go an enforcement route with those individuals, just to make contact and have a conversation. Mm-hmm. This would absolutely be the route for them to come into compliance. I think the most interesting thing to note is that there are many advantages of the MECO program. You don't have to meet commercial kitchen standards. You're not going to be inspected unannounced like we do at commercial facilities. But at the same time, there is feedback in all of the counties that implemented it, all 9, that they received some interesting feedback from brick and mortar that have a lot of costs, that have put in a lot of infrastructure. So it'll be interesting to weigh out what we hear from our community, but absolutely this would be a venue for them to become permanent.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be interested to hear what the feedback is. And then if we did an ordinance, they may not have to have commercial kitchens, but I'm gathering they would have to take some training. They'd have to understand cooking and what heat does and germs and diseases, and they'd have to certify somehow that they understand the rules and regulations for commercial kitchens, and right? We would be requesting that.
Yeah, absolutely. Each of the individuals would be required to take what we call a food manager level course. It's a little more in depth. And then they would be essentially, it's their own kitchen. They would be the person in charge. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. The difficulty will be how they separate their food or consumption for the public from their residential food, right? They're using their home refrigerator. They'll have to put some practices in play where they have a work plan. And so that's what we would go by. Because that would be important if there was a foodborne illness outbreak.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I like to accommodate our local small businesses, but I still have a lot of caution about this one. So it'll be great to hear the feedback when you go out and do the workshops and whatnot. I look forward to hearing that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, similar comments. I'm supportive, and I'm excited we got a grant to explore it. The interesting concept of the brick and mortar people, just kind of what comes to mind is they're in it for a different reason, or at least in my mind. They're out there, they're a commercial enterprise trying to build a business and employ people, and it's very different in my mind to what's going on here. But those are all important parts that you're going to have to, look forward to hearing back from you on it, essentially. But yeah, thank you. And I do. What's interesting too is that they're explicitly prohibited from special events, which I find it so hard to find vendors for special events. Like our Heart of Gold ride, it was challenging to find vendors and food trucks to fill them. And maybe the economy is different, or maybe people are just busy that time of year. But I just if there was a different tiers of ability to make a program, I'm not trying to complicate things, but just for example, if somebody could have like slightly higher tiers as you work your way out, that would be something I would be interested in just understanding more about.
No, thank you, Chair Bullock. I think I'm sorry, let me just clarify that for you. The idea of not being at a temporary event is that the home food is not part of or for sale at the temp event.
Yeah.
The actual individual could have their own temporary permit, but they could not prepare the food at their home in their kitchen. They would have to have a commissary. So, there is that nuance. They would have to kind of have a different agreement. But they could be at a TFF, just not under,
not there.
out of their home kitchen, correct?
Yep. Okay. Do we have a commissary, a public commissary here where somebody could go and cook food? Do we have one of those?
There is one in Truckee. That's a great question. I think it's a huge need here in Western County. I think there are opportunities with buildings. So I think that could be an opportunity.
Yeah, I've heard of the one in Truckee, but I haven't heard one here. Is there one going in?
So just recently on the ERC tour, we came to our attention that there is a commercial kitchen over in the tech center that different vendors are using.
Cool. Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah, and they want to expand. It's just getting started right now, so it's not got a lot of them there, but they want to expand it so that I think that they could do like 15 or 20 maybe out of that commissary kitchen.
Nice. Thanks
Because
again.
if you have a food truck, you have to have a commissary.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's always the challenge that we see too.
Yeah, I remember when the one opened in Truckee, it was a big to-do. I mean, I saw there was a newspaper article, and it was very cool. People are kind of like, getting in there and starting new food ventures out of it and then going into other areas. That's essentially how Red Truck started too. Same thing with our big deli at the airport. No other questions from me? Any callers on the line?
No callers, Chair.
Nope. Any public comment? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Oh, and a static yes.
District 1,
Ecstatic, yes. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, that was one.
District 5,
Yes,
and District 3 is absent.
thanks. Good job,
Thank you.
Amy. Thanks again.
Thank you very much.
With that, I think we've concluded the business on our agenda for today, unless we have anything else. I did want to mention that we omitted our CEO report under other reports. And Allison, I'd like to turn it over to you to have any announcements you may have for us.
No additional announcements. Attended many of the events that your colleagues attended as well, and really fun takeaway of the ERC tour, which obviously has been a highlight for all of us, but we did invite our youth commissioners, and it was really energizing to hear them say, like, wow, I want to work here, So I really appreciate Gil Matthews and his team for providing that service to our community. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Nice, thank you. Thanks, everybody. With that, we'll adjourn this meeting.